pray real quick, and once we do that, we'll go ahead and get started. I want to give a few more people just a couple of more minutes to get here, because I want to pray, and I want to pray over everybody, and not just the people that are here, even though God's not inside that box, but I still want to actually physically pray over them as well. So let's just give them just another minute or two, and we'll go from there. And then we're gonna talk about some Nesara and Gesara, some of the timeline events that are out there in people's minds and what they mean, and they really mean something awesome. And a lot of people are, they're not quite on the mark. They're bouncing all around the edges of it, but they're not quite there. But I'm gonna try to put us with there tonight, and using God's timeline and how God uses numbers and cycles. Very important. God uses his cycles to do things. And gonna kind of put those timelines together and share them with you. And I think everybody will be excited. I'll put a couple of posts together later tonight to kind of go along with them a little bit more in detail. All right, so we've got a good sized crowd at the moment, so I'll go ahead and start and go ahead and start praying on it. Then we'll go ahead and get started, and then people can just continually fall in as they get here. Dear Heavenly Father, I just want to thank you for today. I want to thank you for all of your great works that you're doing all around the world. Father, I just thank you for each and every one of the patriots that are here. Lord, I ask that you place a hedge of protection around each and every one of them, their families, their finances, and everything that has to do that the enemy is coming against them. Father, I just ask that you just intervene in their lives right now, Father, so that they can have that peace that passes all understanding. Father, I also ask that you give each one of the people discernment. And I ask that you pour it out in a double measure to each and every one, so that, Lord, that when things come at them, they can easily know that it is of you or it's not of you. And there is so much propaganda and so much that's out there, Lord, that it's hard to know the truth. But when we put you ahead of all of it, that it's easy for us to see the truth because you explain it to us. It lines up with your word, and it lines up with the way that you are as a person in your identity of God, God the Father that loves us all, that passes all of our natural minds, that we just can't understand how much you place upon each and every one of us. It says that, Lord, you know every one of us. You know the exact number of hairs on each one of our heads. And Lord, I just thank you for that. And Lord, I ask that tonight you come against anything that tries to just bring any kind of division amongst the people and this chat and everything that we're doing here, Father. It's to bless you, to bring glory unto your name, and to bring glory and restoration unto your children. And Father, I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. All right.
Amen.
So tonight we're going to talk about a couple of things. So we're going to talk about Nesara, we're going to talk about Gesara, and what those actually mean. And then we're going to get into some of the dates that are floating around and what are their meanings and kind of purposes and all that kind of good stuff. And then we're going to have questions and answers and kind of go through that. But, one thing that kind of hurt my heart last night is I saw in the chat something that really kind of aggravated me. We need to be patient and understanding with people and know that each one of us are on different parts of our awakening experience. And so you may be talking to somebody that's asking a question that woke up yesterday or a week and a half ago. And you may have been awake for months, years, so on and so forth, and have it all together. And maybe you're frustrated just like everybody else is. But we need to remember that this is all about bringing each and every one of us across the finish line. And we need to help each other. We need to help each other learn with compassion and do it as like you're talking, not smart alecky, but as a child so that they can understand, comprehend, and help them. Because if somebody didn't help you and somebody didn't intervene within your life at some point, then where would you be today? So we always need to remember that. And there's a lot of new people that is coming in on a regular basis because people that have been in Facebook, people have only been on Twitter over the last 2 years since the exodus that they killed us all out of it, is those people have had no real understanding of the real truths that are going on because it's been so heavily censored. So always remember that. And when somebody asks a question, give them a good answer and help them. Even if they don't understand it and ask more questions, it's just like a kid. Whenever a kid's asking questions, it's like, why, why, why? Yes, it's frustrating. But the problem is that you don't want them to ever quit asking the question why, because if they do, they just don't give a damn anymore. And we don't want that. We don't want to leave anybody with their questions unanswered or feeling like that people don't care about who they are and where they're at. So it's just like everybody that's in here. Everybody that's in here is on a different place along that experience on information. And I'm here trying to help everyone on all the whole spectrum, from somebody that just showed up today for the very first time and knows nothing and try to explain things to them. At the same time, I can explain it in a way that you're still going to get something out of it too, even if you've been here for years. So always remember that. And we're not the other side, and we're never going to be that. So be better than that. Always take the high road, please. So with that, um, Nesara. What is Nesara? So Nesara is the National Economic and Securities Act that was basically brought into an existence in the 90s. The 90s. And there's all kinds of documentation of where it came from and what it was brought out of. And basically, it was the farmers that were having their lands stolen by predatory lenders. They were intentionally doing mortgages and mortgage notes against their properties, knowing that there would be no way that they could pay them back so that they could steal their properties. Now, I've had experience with this myself personally during the housing bubble back in 2008. I had a predatory lender purchase the note that was on my house, and the note was not a mortgage. So I'd already paid my house off, and I had basically had a home improvement loan on my property because I put a big, huge pool in my backyard, blah, 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 whatever. So I didn't want to pay for it all in cash, so I wanted to pay it out in a note. So American General, I went to them and got a personal loan and a home improvement loan with my house. And during the crash, well, we remember that AIG was a part of the companies that went bankrupt, and American General was a subsidiary. It was one of the companies that were a part of AIG. Well, they went bankrupt too. So one day during that time period, I went down to their office to make a payment on the note, and there was a sign on the door saying, "We're closed and
Excuse
bankrupt."
me, Kyle. People
Yeah.
are saying that you're a little low, like your volume.
All right. Let me see. Does that do better?
Yeah, it sounds good for me. I put a little video out showing them how they can adjust their volume. So if you
Yeah.
watch that, you just tap on Captain Kyle's avatar and a little volume adjustment will come up and you can try that. And if that doesn't work, try leaving the chat and rejoining.
Yeah. Because once we start getting into 1,000 plus participants, it gets a little squirrely with Telegram. But I know that my mic and volume are turned up to 200%, which is all the way. So with that, um, let's go ahead and continue. So when I got to my uh, American General, there was a sign on the door basically said that they were closed, bankrupt, and that was it. Not a phone number that you could call and make a payment or nothing, nothing. So it was like, okay, so what do I do? So basically, I would call the company's phone number, and there was nobody there, no answer, and there was no corporate headquarters to call. There was nothing. So there was nothing I could do. So about 8 months later, 8 months later, I get a letter from a mortgage company that I had no idea who they were. And basically what they said is they said that you are deficient in your note, and by your mortgage clause, we're exercising it to be paid in full. I'm like, what the hell? And so I called my attorney, and basically I got my attorney involved, and he said, don't worry about it. He said, all you got to do is just do a renewal and renew the note, and everything will be fine. And so basically, I called that other company back, and they said, yes, we bought your note. And because your note is such and such behind, then we're exercising the payment in full option that's in the clause. Once you're past 3 months past due, then we can exercise it to be paid in full. And I'm like, you've lost your minds. And they said, well, that's just how it is, sir. And I said, well, I'm going to re-up my loan and uh, redo it. And they're like, well, nobody's going to re-up your loan because we've been reporting you to the credit bureau that you've missed payments. And right now it's showing that you're 8 months behind in your mortgage note. And so nobody's going to refinance you. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And they're like, no, that's how we did exactly what we're supposed to do. I said, well, this is the first contact that y'all have made with me, and y'all are telling me, well, yes, sir, we just purchased it. But in purchasing it, you've been not paying your note since back in whenever. I don't even remember what the date was. And they said, and per your mortgage agreement, this is completely and 100% legal. I said, well, I don't know, but this is completely shady. And I really didn't know too much about, predatory lenders and that kind of, operations. And so I contacted my attorney again. He said, yes, um, they're operating within their, you know, the way that the law is set up. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it. But I mean, if you really want to, we can pretty much just stick a finger in their face and file for bankruptcy, and which is not normal. It's chapter 13 where it's I pay it all back, and but it goes under the court, and pretty much it takes them completely out of the loop. And he said, well, yeah, so just keep not paying anything, and what we'll do is we'll wait all the way until the day that they're going to do foreclosure. And the very next morning that they're going to do foreclosure, I'll file for it that evening at the very last of the day, and we'll stick a finger right in their face. And he said they probably won't even show up for it because all they wanted was to steal your property. And I said, okay. So we waited. It was like another 5 months or something, 6 months that I still didn't pay. And went to file bankruptcy. My house was supposed to be up for um, foreclosure at 8 a.m. the following morning, and it was supposed to be posted by sheriffs and whatever. And so that evening, I think between 6 and 8 o'clock, my attorney filed for it at the courthouse, and it makes a stay, meaning it puts everything on hold for the courts. Well, when we went to the court, which is a couple months later, they didn't even show up. And so it was kind of like, well, what do we do here? So it's like, no, you still got to do everything, do the paperwork. We'll set up a payment arrangement through the court. The court will take care of it. And basically, you'll pay off all your debts and do it however you want to do, and you'll be free and clear. And they'll probably end up going away. Sure enough, a couple of months after being in that bankruptcy agreement, they sold the note to an actual other mortgage company that was a credible mortgage company. Well, more so than they were. And they wanted the actual note for the interest and so on and so forth. They wanted absolutely nothing to do with like the other company did, which was basically steal my house right out from underneath me. And if I would have been in most people's situation where I didn't have attorneys, that didn't have the ability to pay for it all and to go through bankruptcy like that, because most people, when they go through bankruptcy like that, 90% of them do not make it to the end. So it's a really, really crappy situation. But I'm just kind of setting up this scenario that it happens. It happens all the time, and that's how those lenders were operating back in the 2008, 2009, and first part of 2010, and they were stealing people's houses this country, all over this country. And the good thing about it is because of Nesara and Gesara, that a lot of that documentation is out there, and there's going to be some reparation. I'm having a hard time with the word. I have a speech problem, and sometimes I get hung on a word and I can't say it. So, anyway, um, just be encouraged that if you lost your house, then there's going to be, I don't know what, but I do know, and I've heard that that is in consideration for how things are going to go down when things start getting corrected from the criminal actions of basically the cabal, because all of that was illegal to begin with. Those mortgage notes were illegal. Everything about mortgages are illegal. And that was the decisions by the court and the Supreme Court in the 90s that these mortgage companies were operating illegally, and the banks, which were completely all complicit in this crime, that all of the usury interest and how it was being applied was all illegal. And that's where basically Nesara was born. And when we listen to Trump and he talks about the monies to the farmers and wanting to make sure he takes care of the farmers, because that was so important, because he's talking about these very things, because the farmers were the ones in the beginning that were getting screwed and losing their family, basically their family livelihoods for, you know, generations, where it'd be like a second, third generation family farm, and basically it was being stolen by these banks. And so, in winning, they came up with this um, the actual act, and it was signed by Congress, not willingly, but they signed it. And basically, under special forces, and I would say, well, it's been known that under gunpoint, Clinton actually signed it into being law. And so the reveal of Nesara and all that it had, which was the forgiveness of debt. And it's not forgiveness of debt like, you're forgiven of debt. It's not that. It's actually that debt is actually illegal. All of those contracts that you were basically smooshed into because you didn't understand is they're all illegal. And so, because the contracts are illegal, the contracts are all being basically thrown out because usury interest is illegal. All of the banking from the central bank on and how it operates within the fiat currency system is 100% illegal because the contracts are all illegal. And so basically, people are being led into believe that what they're doing is legal, but they're not being completely educated on what they're actually getting into. And because they're not being educated, they're being all misled. That makes every bit of it 100% illegal. All of it. That means your car notes, your house notes, your boat note, your credit card, your school loans, absolutely everything is illegal because of the construct in which the contracts were written in are all usury interest and illegal. So, with that being said, on 2001, September the 11th, that was going to be announced to the public that Nesara was coming into play, that debts were being forgiven, the money was going away from being a fiat system, going back to a gold standard, and basically all of the um, debt being wiped out because of the fact that it was all bad contracts. Well, the day before that actually happened, um, there was an announcement for $2.3 trillion that basically they could not account for. It was gone. Nobody said anything about it. We talked about all this. I posted about it. I'm sure lots of you know about it. But it's all on the channel. Um, and they were trying to, say that $2.3 trillion of the budget had been just totally gone. They have no idea where it was at. It's gone. And we don't know where it's at. Well, that was a part of their embezzlement, and that they were having to basically fess up to the monies that they were embezzling from the people, because the very next day everything was going to get exposed and we were going to go into Nesara. Well, we all know what happened that morning. Just, you know, minutes before that announcement was supposed to take place, that's when the attack happened. And they called it everything from, terrorist attack to you name it. It's been one of the most heinous freaking crimes that our country has perpetrated against its own people, because not only did all the people that died that day, um, but all of the people that joined the military, all of those that went into war because of it, all of them that lost sons and daughters and husbands and wives, and others that came home not the way that they left, parts of their bodies missing and messed up and permanently messed up. And so this has been one of those crimes that just kept on giving. And that alone is horrendous. Well, they've done this over and over again. But because of what happened that day, all of that got put on hold, and it had to be brought up every year. And every year they had to talk about whether or not they were going to release it or not with the Supreme Court, and keeping it either under wraps or letting it out to the public. And basically, because of the payoffs that were done within it, John Roberts being one of them, that there was an NDA that nobody could speak of it. It could never be brought up, and it could never come out in the public eye and be disclosed until it was agreed upon, until basically they all decided that they were going to move forward with it, because it was actually signed and legally made into law, but it was just never publicly disclosed. And it was all because of what they did on 9/11 to basically steal the monies that were supporting Nesara, because the gold and silver, platinum, and other precious metals were being stored in Building 7. The one that the fire, small fire, actually caused them to building, pulled the building out of the owner's own mouth, Silverstein, which is I don't even want to say. And he took out that very year, after purchasing all of the World Trade Center buildings, he took out an insurance policy on all of it, and also had it insured for terroristic acts. I mean, come on. You have all of your properties and they're insured for terrorist acts. And then within a year, they're all gone. But because the journalists are all a part of the cabal, there were only a few of them that reported anything that day, and they all that reported anything that was outside of the 100% narrative that they chose for it, they no longer were reporting. They were pretty much blackballed and out of the industry completely. So when you have that kind of control over everything, the FBI, CIA, NSA, all the three-letter agencies, the media, the corrupt government, the corrupt governments around the world, you're pretty much up against just the biggest giant that you could ever face. So after all of that, it's been all of this started with taking down the cabal and so on and so forth, but the Nesara Gesara part of this didn't actually come into play until the 90s, until the courts, until the banking industry on through the courts were 100% exposed for illegal operations and illegal contracts with everybody, and the entire system being illegal. And so, because of that, we all know that the Dominion systems and the cheating and everything else, that all of these presidents and all of these elected officials are not who we chose to go in. It was the people that they placed in office to continue their fraud, continue their fleecing of the America, and continue their fleecing of the world. So when the military were going to actually take Obama down in the latter part, middle part of his second term, they were like, we're done. We just can't take it anymore. He is going to completely destroy this country, and we have to act. Well, that was the whole part of the plan coming to Donald Trump and saying that let's put Donald Trump, get Donald Trump to run. These all things had been discussed and part of the plans that they were going to do anyway. And so Donald Trump, if you go back and you look at his early um, interviews where he was asked multiple times about, would you become president and all that. And he was always like, no, I don't want to be president. I have a wonderful life. I have a wonderful family. I don't want to ever do that. But if they ask me, I will. If they ask me, who asked me? And he said it every time. He always made that type of reference. Well, when he came out in the primaries where they had him up on stage with all of the 20 freaking other Republican candidates that were up there, and idiot Bush asked him about who would vote for you, and he was, pretty smack dab on the point when he smacked old Jeb in the mouth, saying that the people will, and I also have 200 generals that are backing me. And to have 200 generals, meaning that you've got their entire command structure underneath them as well. That is a massive amount of support, incredible amount of support. And so basically, at that point, things started moving forward. And they, meaning the cabal and Obama, Hillary, all of that whole corrupt society, basically, they had been cheating with the Dominion machines since I think the first time it was exposed in court was, I think it was in Ohio, in a court in Ohio in like either 2004 or 2006. I can't remember. But the guy that was one of the guys that actually wrote one of the programs for it said, yeah, I can make anybody win and make it look like nobody could ever know the difference. And, I have that actual court uh, television show or document, whatever. I don't even know what it's called. But anyway, um, so at that point, they had been using the Dominion software, the machines, all that kind of stuff for doing exactly that, meaning putting judges in their places, city officials, mayors, governors, and so on and so forth. Not just the senators and congressmen of each and every state, and that they could control for their corporation, which was a whole different thing for the Act of 1871. But they have been doing this for basically forever. And so before the machines, they were just manipulating the count and basically doing it that way. But they have been doing this stuff for pretty much as long as I can remember. And that's one of the reasons that Q said, as well as everybody else had been to the point where it's like they never thought she would lose. And because they never thought she would lose, meaning Hillary, that they didn't cover their tracks. They didn't do absolutely anything to hide any of their nefarious activities leading all the way up through all of the presidencies from Bush to Obama and now coming to the potential Clinton or Trump presidency. Well, they had been, with what they did with 9/11, started writing executive orders to expand the office of the president's power immensely, where there was just no really, it's that office had never had so much power, from the Patriot Act and everything else that they put in for national security because of the terrorist wars, and we were at war, and it expands that presidential powers beyond most people's understanding. And so when Trump won, because the military made sure that he was going to win, not only did the people vote, but they made sure that they weren't going to be able to cheat enough to be able to keep him from winning. And so when he won, that's why all of them were in total disbelief, total shock. They were like, how did this happen? And it's like at that point, they needed to figure out how they were going to try to get him out of office before he even got there. And that's when all of that Russia, 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 and the whole, we all know the story. So I don't want to go through all that because we're going to talk about Nesara and Gesara. I'm just trying to lead to how all this works together and what we've actually all physically seen, as well as that we can all go and research and get this actual documentation as well. So after Trump wins, Trump basically sets on a whirlwind tour of all the countries and pretty much makes himself the most powerful president in the world because he took all of that information that the CIA and the NSA and everyone else was collecting on pretty much everybody, every country, everywhere. And when he showed up with all their stuff. And it's like, you either do exactly as we say, you get on board, this is how you're going to operate. If not, we're going to post all this stuff out to the public and it's going to destroy you and your country. And what are you going to do? And they pretty much, everyone capitulated and complied, every single one. So going down that road, you have to understand, once you've gotten all of the players that you have to worldwide on a game plan of how are we going to set this straight, and then you actually have to start implementing it. And that's the whole part of that, the takedowns of specific people. We saw the princes get taken down in Saudi Arabia. They were all a part of the child trafficking. They were all a part of the adrenochrome, and all of that was exposed. And they took them all down. Go look it up. They took them all down and arrested them, and they were dealt with. So once you had Saudi Arabia, then it was like, okay, now we got Israel. They took it, went to Israel, was the most difficult one out of all of them to get on board because of the Mossad and because of the Khazarian. And it took them 2 days before they could actually make that decision that they were going to comply no matter what. But they had them all. They had it all. You're talking 9/11, everything that they had on them. And so that didn't relieve the fact that people were going to be held accountable for these things either. So he continued his trips to North Korea, this place that everyone, all the mainstream media, all of the politicians, always going to start a nuclear war with the North Korea. And nope, he became his buddy. Why? Because he was able to get the cabal that were basically holding him hostage within his own country out of his country and gave him his control back with the help of Donald Trump and the White Hats. So everything that we see is optics, and it's basically for showing people what their intent was with what they were going to do to you if Hillary actually won. And we wouldn't be even in this situation we're in now. If Hillary won back then, we would already be, I don't even want to go how bad it would be. But I wouldn't be alive. I was already on a list for um, the short list for being exterminated. And I knew it. And I had discussed it with my son, which he had told me that I was making a lot of problems for the military, talking about the bad military. And he was having to deal with it as special forces and was talking to me about it. This was all the way back in 2013, 2012. And he was like, Dad, it's not going to be good. And I don't know what else I can do. And I'm like, sorry, son, I got to do what I got to do. And I'm like, the best thing you can do is not get involved in it. And so basically, they took over and pushed. That's what the White Hats are doing right now. They're pushing all of their economic and socialistic and criminalistic plans in a hyper accelerated path so they are able to expose them 100% on not being able to hide any of it and being able to show the people just how bad it was going to be, but they're controlling it to the point where they're not allowing it to go over the edge. And yes, there are people that have suffered because of it. Well, we have to understand that we are actually in a war, and we have been in a war since they actually declared war on us in 2001 whenever they attacked us and called it terrorism. They made a declaration right then, and they made war on the American people. And everyone has to understand that. Our country declared war on its own people that very day. And that's what we've been fighting. That's what Trump and the White Hats have been fighting. And now that the monies were collected, so I don't know if a lot of people know or not, but I know that or a lot of people know about when during COVID, during Italy shut down, that we shut down the Vatican. The military went in, they got everything out of it. They emptied out all the vaults. They went through all of the dumbs. They went through all the tunnels. They cleared out all of the gold and all of the artifacts and everything else. But I don't know if people know that they did the same thing to the Rothschilds, all the Rothschilds banks. And when did they do that? Because a lot of people don't realize that during 2020, during the latter part of COVID, I think it was around, I can't remember if it was like August or September, somewhere around in there. They actually had an appointment at The Hague. The Hague is for the International Court for the world. And so they had a hearing before The Hague, and at that hearing, it was for the IMF and for the central banks, and the central banks, um, what's the word I'm looking for? The uh, ones that are the beneficiaries. And so that's the Rothschilds and a couple other people. And so basically, um, they all had this hearing. Trump was there. Trump went there, and they presented to the world court what the debt was that they had incurred over basically all of the finances and all of the debt. They had to make an account for it all. And in doing so, they presented all their documents, because they really, is one of their downfalls is that they keep incredible books, because they are absolute criminals, and they didn't care, because they always believed that they were above the law no matter what, and nobody could do anything to ever hold them accountable. And so it was like they presented all of their documentation, all of the actual debt, and so on and so forth. And what happened when they did that, Trump and the White Hats actually paid off every dime of the debt that the whole world had actually accumulated through the bank. And then right after paying it off and clearing the books, all of the assets that they had just paid to them was all seized because of the criminal acts that they had done on crimes against humanity, as well as that all of that fiat banking and all of the contracts that created all that debt was all illegal. And so the court actually seized back into the control of the White Hats every bit of the property that they had just paid off all of the world debt. And then after paying off the world debt, they also made them accountable to all of their debt being, all their property being seized, because of the crimes against humanity. They forfeited everything. And so people have no clue how much wealth that the Rothschilds actually had. Their actual wealth, I believe they had at that time, 2020, that they actually had a little more than a third of the entire wealth of the entire planet. It was like $700 trillion. All of it was seized. It was put back into the White Hat's hands and then distributed back to the countries that they used from their illegal ledgers that they had stolen this property from Africa to Australia to Japan. All of them started basically taking those monies and distribute them back out to all of them. So when we start talking about, people are like, how's all this going to be paid for? And where's all the money going to come from? And people have no idea the amount of gold that this planet and how much it actually had, because they had been doing two things in the commodities market. They had been manipulating the gold market, saying that there was not very much of it, and there's so much gold on this planet, and then it'll boggle your mind. Right now, in the actual coffers of that, there's two different accounts. One of the accounts actually has 40 quintillion dollars in value of gold. Can't even wrap your head around it. 40 quintillion. That's only one of two. I think there's a third account too. I haven't seen it. I've just heard of it. I know there's another one that is a part of the dragon family, and that one is supposed to be in the quintillions as well. I know there's another trust. It's the Saint Germain Trust, and that's in the quintillions as well. But that one's a trust. It's different than the dragon bond. That's basically all in gold. And then we also have the gold that was stolen from Israel, Jerusalem, back in I think it was about 800 and something BC, and all of their gold was stolen, and basically King Nebuchadnezzar came in and took it all. And at that point, they were the richest people in the world in gold. And I can go and get all the information and stuff if you want it. But it goes into the story of the oh golly, it's Yamakita treasure, or Yoki. I have a hard time saying the word, but it's where those monies were stolen. All that gold was stolen by Nebuchadnezzar, and then Nebuchadnezzar used it to pass it out basically all over Europe and Asia. And during that time, all of those monies and stuff were lost when they went into bondage and slavery, which they did, and were moved to Babylon and so on and so forth. And all that's a long story. But the monies, all that gold that was basically God's money, was gathered up by Hitler and also a Japanese during the middle of World War II. They went around, they were gathering, pillaging all this gold, and all this gold was the gold that basically was Israel's gold, which it's not Israel, but it was Jerusalem's. And for God's people, not just for God's people then, but I'm talking about God's people now, all people. But they gathered all that gold back up. They pillaged all that gold. And when Hitler, at the end of the war, Hitler had made a deal with Japan to come and get the gold and take it, and they were going to put it in a safe place so that once the war was over with, then they would still have all of that gold that they had scammed from pretty much all over Europe and Asia. And well, this was right prior to the United States actually atomic bombing Japan. And before that, he actually had all of that gold moved and transferred and hidden in the Philippines. And there's a lot of people that have known about this gold that was hidden in the Philippines, but nobody knew where it was. And basically, all of that gold, the White Hats have actually gotten, and is in White Hat control as well, and is a part of the distribution of the wealth that basically is for the entire planet. So now going back to the gold, there is so much gold that it's ridiculous how much. But they always was trying to make it to where they controlled the market and kept it from being able to get too expensive, or that it wasn't expensive enough. So basically, they manipulate it. And they did just the opposite with silver. They always made it like there was a whole bunch of silver, and there was so much silver, and it was all because of their illegal paper trades and their papers market on silver, that they manipulated the COMEX and the amount of silver and silver that was on the books. But silver is an actual finite commodity. There is only so much silver in the world. And silver itself is really one of the most precious of metals, because we use it in everything. And in our new technologies that are about to come, it's even used way, way more. And I mean abundantly more in the new technologies, because it's already used in all kinds of really high electronics and medical things and all of those type of uh, tech. And the tech that is coming is like light years ahead of that. Not really, but it is. And so all of that silver is going to be needed, and they don't have it on the abundance that they said they did, and it's about to be exposed. And so silver is going to be a very, very expensive commodity. I have heard, I'm not an expert in precious metals or money or any of that other stuff, but I have done my research, and I have done a lot of research, and I've done it on people that have talked about the commodities markets. And there has been potential that silver balances out to gold the way that it should, and that silver should actually end up somewhere in the ballpark of between five to up as much as $15,000 to $20,000 an ounce over the next 5 to 10 years. So potentially over the next year, it could go as much as $5,000 to $8,000 relatively quickly. But then over the next several years, as technologies are released and that they're being built, they're going to need it. And that demand for silver is going to start going way up. And so is the price, because the manipulation of all that coming into the QFS is completely, absolutely gone. Cannot be done anymore. And so gold will not be able to be manipulated anymore. Once they set pretty much the price of gold's going to probably have a really stable monetary future, because that's going to be what's based on the economics and finances of the stability of our currencies all around the world, which we know that all of it's being pretty much undermined and crushed right now with Brexit, and with what they're showing to the people, that they tried to put all these sanctions on Russia and everything else, and pretty much Russia just, and this is all by design, that they gave them the finger and pretty much said, we don't need your money, we don't need your stuff, we already have what we have. We already have a system for our own monetary to be backed by gold, not the fiat system, because Russia did not have any of the central banks in it. Did you hear that? No central banks in Russia. And so that's why Putin has always been enemy number one when it comes to the cabal, because he they didn't have no control over him at all, none. And they could not stand it. Anytime that they had no control over a country or president because of their financial, then they did a color revolution and basically took them out. And this goes for Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, we put Hussein in office and we put him in that position. But then whenever he flipped his nose to the CIA and to the central bank about, we don't need you and we don't need the central bank here in our country, well, it was time to take him out of play too. They did it over and over again. This is what happened back a long time ago whenever they basically took out the Romanovs. It was the central banks and went after Russia and their royalty and took out the Romanovs. Well, they took out all but one, and that was the daughter that got away. And that daughter that got away, granddaughters, sorry, was actually Melania Trump. And that's what people don't have any idea about. All of this that we're seeing around the world are ties that are so close between bloodlines, families, and our history that they do not and will not want to share with people because it's overwhelming. It really costs freaking dogs. The Nesara is implemented for the United States. That's ours. Gesara is the same for each and every country around the world. Trump has made announcements of it, and announcements of those very things so many times whenever he was signing like treaties and different pacts with like Japan and other countries, meaning that everybody had to come together, everybody had to be on the exact same playing field so that everything was equal. There is no way to have an entire 100% equal playing field with trade, with each country having the same abilities, because the cabal has so pillaged those countries and kept them third world countries on purpose while they stole it all, that those countries have to be able to be on the same economic footing as everyone else. That means all of your countries in Africa, the Middle East, South America, everyone has to have the same value in monies. We can't have, oh, the euro's this and the pounds are that and the United States dollars this. And no, you cannot have that. Everything has to be the same power. And that's the things that he talked about so many times. I've posted so many videos of that, and that's the declaration of Gesara to the world that it's coming. This, which has been going on in Iraq and with the dinar, that's all a show for them to finally do the right thing as far as with the people, and for the people to finally have say, where it's enough of this corruption, because the people also have to have the ability to stand up and govern themselves. That's what Nesara and Gesara mean, is that countries are going to be their own republics. They are going to have their sovereignty back. Governments are not going to be the ones in control. The people are going to be in control over a small government, not a huge bureaucracy whirlwind that is out of control, just like ours is right now, that they're showing us in full force. So a lot of this has been going on behind the scenes, but also the countries, you can go and you can look at the Gesara The Hague, and start doing research on the the Hague and um, actual dockets that have been gone through there on Nesara and Gesara from the Hague and the World Court, because that's where it all comes from. Now, a lot of the other things are still in a ghost docket. You're not going to be able to see them yet, but you will very soon, because we're now at the stage of the cabal's banking system completely 110% collapsing. And this month, they, which was the head of that banking institution, as far as a headship, was the queen and all of her criminal ass activities. Well, she had been executed in 2019. There was a London Bridge type event that happened on 2019. If you search for it a little bit, you can find it. And then she was in the hospital. She went to the hospital. They had it. It was like, oh my God, it's a false event. It shouldn't have happened. And then she comes out of the hospital, and it's like, it's even the BBC questioned whether or not that it was her and that it potentially was a double. And so she was executed. And at that point, they videotaped that. They sent it out to the other cabal and shown that the people that are left, that we're coming for you too. And this is what's coming. And so you can imagine the fear that brought upon the cabal, and what was their game plan from that. And their game plan from that was the Crown event. That was their nuclear option. And their nuclear option had every intent to lock down the world and not ever have you ever unlocked down. Because that was supposed to be a controlling event that they controlled from anywhere from 5 to 10 years to get us out to from 2020 to 30, for Agenda 30 to completely be fully measured. Well, that didn't happen. There was too many things that the White Hats had known about. They forced them into this play that they were not ready for. They made horrible mistakes through fear when they were shown the Queen being executed, and basically they completely all signed their death certificates, all of them. And now we're at a point where they released that information to the public, showing that the Queen and the headship of the crown is dead. The optics of that are huge, huge implications to that. Well, they've done everything they can to manipulate the view to the public that Charles is now the king. Charles is not the damn king, and he will never put that crown on. He is nothing but a puppet that has no authority whatsoever. The White Hats are 100% in control, and a coronation with that individual will never, ever, ever, ever happen. And so we need to understand that that is the beginning of their end publicly, and that's what's coming. So, how can we understand what's happening with the finances and with the money and the gold and all of that? Well, all of this is being set up and has been being set up for digital based access through blockchain, which is 100% decentralized, meaning that the banks do not have control or access to your money at all. That is on the quantum financial system. And right now, each and every one of y'all that is listening to my voice right now have already gotten a quantum account and you don't know it yet. You also already have XLM in your account and you don't know it yet. But you're good and you're going to find out very soon. Once we go through this transition, the old fiat currency is going to be basically needing to be removed from circulation and people will trade it in. And you can trade it in for your digital or you can have them give you your actual rainbow currency so that you can have it cash in your hand and you can do whatever you want with it. And the thing with that is that when we hear that in time the banks are going to go away and the actual paper currency will end up going away, that's 8-10 years down the road. That's not like next week or next month or a year or two. That those banks will be nothing more than a service center for financial options for you guys. Their whole deal will be to help you with financial things, whatever they may be. But they will not be a controller of your money. They will not have the ability to charge you fees for money that they have no access to. No, none of that. None of it. That is over, people. And we don't need to have any kind of fear over what and how it's being controlled because you're the one going to be in control of all of your assets and have the ability to do whatever and however you want with them completely. So all of these things that are being put out there, like the central bank digital currencies and all these things, these are all programs that are being initialized out there so that it allows the banking and the financial organizations to get themselves set up and prepared for when things get flipped and the systems go on. But they have absolutely, the intent behind them is not what people believe that they are. Like the Yellen and the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, people, if you don't know it, is completely dead. Completely dead. It was consumed back into the Treasury Department in May of 2020, under COVID and under national securities. And what else is under the Federal Reserve? The IRS. The IRS was also consumed into the Treasury Department the way it's supposed to be. Not IRS, but the Treasury Department is supposed to be the one that is in control of the finances, the banking, the money, because that is our own monies. That is for you, me, our families. That's ours. That's not theirs. The Federal Reserve had nothing to do with the United States other than nothing but a means of crippling it and keeping it completely in bondage. Completely. The Treasury Department is for the people, of the people, and by the people. So when we have our taxes, which they're going to be changed to a flat tax, because all these thousands of pages of the tax codes is absolutely ludicrous. They have made reference to this over and over again that it is crazy. Nobody can know all of the tax codes, not even IRS people. They don't even have a clue. They have legal teams that don't even know it all. But as soon as you get rid of all of that and you make a flat tax on new goods only, there's no reason that if you buy a car and then you pay the tax on it and then you sell that car to somebody else, that someone else should have to pay tax on a car that was already taxed. And then if they sell it, it gets taxed again and then taxed again. That is crazy. You buy a house, you pay tax on it the first time when it's brand new, and that tax for that house has been paid. Should never be paid again because it was paid when it was new, and somebody willingly paid that tax under its new ownership, that it was a new house. All old properties or all old transactions after the original first transaction is going away. And so the other thing with the flat tax is that goods and essential services like, food and those kind of things, there is no flat tax on. To where it's like you a lot of those services, like goods that you buy now at the grocery store are not taxed, but then they still tax like some of the things that, like, different types of stuff that they don't really consider food, but really should be supplies of that nature, that they tax, and there shouldn't be. But your goods and services, essential services like your water, electricity, all of those things are all a part of Nesara and Gesara that you should have never been paying for those. Property taxes and a criminal empire of your cities, states, counties, all these corporate entities are nothing but corporate corruption. And how did they manage to keep them afloat? Well, they had police officers for their policies, because a corporation cannot, even in the disguise of legalities, make laws. That was upheld in the Supreme Court, that a corporation cannot implement laws. They can only implement policies. And so they have policies and jurisdictions that they operate within, and their police officers are policy enforcers. That's what police actually is. Your sheriff is an actually different entity altogether. He is an elected official. He is a law enforcement officer, not a police officer. The amount of jurisdiction and precedence that the sheriff actually has is immense. And that's what's being implemented into these final stages, are the sheriff's offices on a part of the transition and takedown of these corrupt individuals that are still operating on these very low municipality levels, that people are like, nothing's happened to, nothing's going on, everything's still the same. Yes, because that bottom tier of all of this stuff has been basically collecting, documenting, and building the case of RICO on all of them. And when you do a RICO act against criminal organizations, which they are all a criminal organization, Everybody goes about their business until the final day they say it's time to take those people down. And you take them all down at the same time everywhere. This is why we have the National Guard. This is why we have the Marshal Service. This is why the nationalization of the National Guard. This is why we had thousands of National Guard sworn into the Marshal Service. These are all things that have happened right in front of our eyes. It's all happening. We're all at that point right now. And we're coming to some key moments and dates. Like, I'm getting into a couple more things. And then we'll open up for questions. I know I've been talking for about an hour and almost an hour and a half here, but I kind of had to let everybody know what has been going on and what this is all based on. And everything that I've told you, from the 90s to the Hague to everything, can be validated all through open source. Didn't have some spy on the wall giving me information that nobody else can get. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been tracking this stuff for a long time. And I know that it's been by design to keep people so busy that they don't have the time and opportunity to be able to do this type of research this often for this long, to have the big picture and then get caught up in the weeds and not understand what's going on. And no, I have not done it by myself. I have got lots of friends. And in those friends, they are very, very connected in what they do, and they do this very thing in different organizations that brings their perspective to that 40,000 foot mark, so that we can start putting all those pieces together on the puzzle. And pieces that I didn't have, he had or she had. And it's like, oh, well, yeah, that goes right here. Oh, what? Oh, that now goes with this. See, when you start having and you work together and you start putting things together and you're looking at it from that 40,000 foot mark, it changes the perspective of being able to see the whole field and not just your neck of the woods. And even in your neck of the woods, you can figure out a lot of just everything. But what happens is you get caught up in the weeds of the things that are happening right there. And people like to keep you down in that as well. And it makes it to where you can't see the forest for the tree. And you can go down there, do some things, but got to get back up there for that high overall perspective of everything. And don't stay in the weeds. It gives a different perspective. So now, what was the significance of the Lizard Queen having that day, the 8th, of when they exposed her being dead, when she had been dead for 2 years? What was the significance of that? There's multiple things. Well, it was 776 days to the day that Q made his first post. That was a coincidence. There's no freaking coincidences. It was also to the day 25 years of the assassination attempt of Diana. And why did they want her killed? Because she had the goods on them. And she reached out to people for help. She was friends with people like Junior, Jackson, Trump, and others. She had the goods on the crown, all of it from the inside. Everything that is done with specific purpose behind it. Some of the time, it's not meant for you. It's meant to scare the bejesus out of them. And people don't understand it. It's like, that don't make no sense. Oh, it makes sense to them because everything they do is about signs and symbols, and their symbols will be their downfall because that's how they communicated with each other. That's how they basically had it over all of us and basically laughed about it completely in our face over and over again and made us to look like fools. And that's the kind of thing that had me so angry whenever I finally figured out who the Bushes were and where they came from and how I had been lied to and manipulated. And I was an avid sponsor of the Bushes. I thought they were so good. And when I found out what I found out about Bush Sr. and that he was the one that actually was the one that called the shot to take out JFK, was there. That was his initiation into being a part of the club of the top highest part and being given the head of the CIA because of it. Evil. Completely evil. And I had been supporting them with tens of thousands of dollars. I was mad. Beyond belief. I was freaking supporting a Nazi. Oh man, I was pissed. So just think, people, when people start waking up, they're gonna have all kinds of different emotions. And we've had time to think about it. People maybe new, they may have not had all this time. They may not understand things. So be compassionate and be understanding and love each other. If you don't believe something, okay, but don't knock it until you can 110% prove that whatever I'm telling you is not the truth. You can't do it. You can't 100% prove and deny what I'm telling you is 100% truth. So, with that, the things that are coming up, we have the 19th. That's a big day with the cabal, and that they're all going to be together. They all can't do their normal thing on coming into the funeral either. They're having to be all bussed. Why? They don't have that control and authority to have that real diplomatic control anymore. But are they planning to take them down? I don't know. Be nice if they did, but I don't know. But I doubt very seriously they're going to let anybody that's there come up with any kind of plan or any kind of communication situation to do anything harmful and then get away. Really get away? No, it's not that's going to happen. But we have the 24th. And then we have the 25th. And we just had the announcement from basically Russia telling us that on the 24th, we are all going to remember that day. We're going to know where we were. We're going to know what we were doing. We're going to remember that day. Why are we going to remember that day? Did I not tell y'all a week or so ago that in the next week to 2 weeks, everything's going to be flipped on its head? I did. Because it's coming. What's the significance to the 24th? Well, and the biblical stance of that on the children of Israel, and something I kind of talked about a little while ago with the gold and some stuff like that. Intentionally I meant to be mumbling then. Is Yamashita. The 24th. That's a huge day. Huge day. And then we have the other timetable, which is the next day of being the 25th. And that's a birthing event. Birth. And when you go through a birth, what happens? I've talked to you about it before. Oh man, I might be losing. I walked away from my phone. Oh crap. I gotta go back. Well, you that birth is painful, difficult. It's hurt. Mama goes through pain. Baby goes through the most pain. As you go through that birth canal, it's fuck off. And that's told you we're birthing, coming into a birth, and that 25th represents the birth. And what is it that is a part of the biblical standpoint and the biblical narrative? Well, the timetable for that new birth is basically on the 24th going into the 25th, and we have let's see here. I have so much documentation on the numbers for this year, for Jubilee, for the returning of our fortunes from Kim Clement, speaking specifically here in 2020, and the timetables all line up with the 24th and the 25th of this month. The 25th is the Feast of Tabernacles. COVID was the crowning and the reset for them. And that's what was being used by the enemy, but the white hats took all of that and turned it around on every one of them to bring that entire corrupt whole organization down. And so there is something that is going to happen on the 24th and 25th. I told you this a week and a half ago that it's significant on what's coming. And somebody asked the other day about what was going on with Colorado. Well, Colorado has been issuing these to-go bags and all this stuff, and they're warning that people get prepared for the 24th. It's also happening in Germany, and other countries are doing that same thing. And so, why? Why? Because they know it's coming. It's like being pregnant. You know that baby's coming. It's due on a certain day. And is it going to be a day early? Is it going to be a day late? But is it going to be there? It's going to be there. We are witnessing history being made. We're all participating in it. And not only we're participating in it, but we are making a difference in it. Imagine the amount of just bombarding everything that you have gone through by friends, family, work, people on the streets for not complying, standing your ground. I commend each and every one of you. We have lost friends, we've lost family, weren't allowed to go to certain places. I didn't care. Still don't care. It's more important doing what we're doing right now because we're making a difference in those people's lives, even though they don't even know it. And that's okay. That is okay with me. It's more important that we endure to the end, good and faithful servant. That's the word I want to hear. I don't care about all the rest. And so when people finally start waking up, which they're gonna need you. They're gonna need each and every one of you. We're gonna have to all go through a healing process of anywhere from 6 months to a year. I'm telling you this because I know it. It's coming, and we're gonna all need to come together and love each other and rebuild everything. We're gonna have to rebuild it all. But it's all gonna get tore down for us to rebuild. All this corruption, all of this corrupt corporations and corporate structure, and all these corrupt uh, um, systems from the your city and your states and your schools and all of that. Look into what the 1776 project is really all about, and go and look at the see and dig into what the quantum initiative act really is. It's at quantum.gov. Start actually learning that this stuff has all been placed and positioned on purpose. We are coming to the end of the line. We have a potential very high, super high potential of trains going on strike and being shut down as of Friday. And from what I understand, they have about 3 days of supply at terminals before everything starts to implode on the supply chain system. Most of your trucks operate within that same system of the trains and so on and so forth. I went by the other day when we had that on 9/11. I went by and I actually drove to the docks and I drove through where the docks were, and there was not one ship there. There was not any trucks at all going in and out. None. I got it all on video. If y'all want to see it, I'll post it. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to scare people. Not one truck. They were all stacked. All the containers were all stacked super high. The one thing I did notice is that there were almost none evergreen containers. There were some, just a few, but there weren't. That used to be the prominent. It's not anymore. There were a few of them there out of all the thousands of them that were there. Some of them were stacked, 20 high. It's pretty high for containers. And anyway, people, we are at the end of this. Your banks have been getting ready for it. There's going to be disruption in the financials, your financials with your bank cards, with your bank, with your debit card. We need to have a little bit of cash in our pockets, in our secured, wherever. Got a safe, put in your safe. Don't be all stupid. You don't need a crazy amount. It's safe. It ain't going nowhere. Like I said, your QFS ledger is ledgered already. You don't have to worry about it disappearing and you will not have it. So you only need money to be able to get by.
Kyle, would you
Yes.
maybe explain for people who don't know what the QFS ledger is?
So the QFS is the quantum financial system, and that is the quantum system itself. The quantum system itself is actually a quantum computing system that operates within the quantum. I won't be able to explain it all. It's way too complex as far as the understanding of it. But the ledger of the quantum is operates within the blockchain technology and is 100% decentralized. So it operates within the network of the quantum and not at, like, say, where you go to your bank right now and that bank has your ledger and they open it up and say, oh, you have this amount of money. And if they were to take it and it disappeared, then what would you be able to do? Nothing if they were scamming money off of you. Well, the quantum doesn't operate that way. Your quantum actually operates through the quantum network, and the ledger on the blockchain ledger is actually kept in a lot of locations that all leads back to a single owner, which is you. And no one has access to the availability of your funds or your financials other than you. And so the quantum network and the large financial institutions as of the beginning of 21, the end of 2020, first part of 21, was already running in the background on matching what their ledgers were doing. And it caught several of the very large banks. If you go and you look at the banks that got in trouble for money laundering and financial corruption in 2020 from Deutsche Bank and so on and so forth, there were a lot of these banks that got in trouble. Top individuals got caught with their hands in the cookie jar doing things that they shouldn't have. Well, the only way that they got caught was the quantum was watching it all. And when the quantum system was watching what they were doing on their ledgers at their banks, hiding and manipulating funds, they got caught. And the only way they could have gotten caught was a system that was watching over what they were manipulating, that the public or the um, overwatch that they had for the banking system would ever see, because it was all corrupt. Well, those individuals all got taken down last year. You can easily research the um, large financial institutions that got caught for fraud, money laundering, and different events worldwide, and there was a several. And it just wasn't like their top guy got in trouble. Bunches of people got in trouble. So that was a part of disclosure showing the public that they're not going to get away with the things that they got away with in the past. But the mainstream media very poorly talked about it and didn't say much about it. And the only ones that really were keen to it were some truthers that that um, documented a lot of it and posted a lot about it and talked about it. But even at that, a lot of people didn't really understand why and what was going on with it as well. But that's why they got taken down. You cannot manipulate the quantum and the quantum network. It is unhackable, and it has a single entity that is overwatch to it, and they are considered the guardians. And those guardians are Space Force. Space Force was just announced a couple of weeks ago by the Military Times and other entities that all communications and all networks are now under one command, and that command actually only is under the commander in chief, which is Donald Trump. So we don't have to worry about the money's being manipulated. We don't have to worry about people stealing from us anymore. You don't have to worry about that they're going to control us and they're going to make us take the mark of the beast, or they're going to give us a social credit system. And no, that was the intent by the cabal, and the way that they had started setting these plans and these structures up with blockchain and with like Bitcoin and all of that was all a part of the structure that was being put in place for that very thing. Even Stellar itself in the very beginnings was, which was now going to be the new stock market, that was actually initially being implemented to be placed into that arena by the cabal. And so the cabal sat there and was implementing these plans, implementing these companies, implementing the blockchain, implementing the Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all those different things they were putting out there setting up all of the framework and the structure and everything else because they were going to take everybody down, control them, and have this social credit system like they were doing in the CCP. And if you didn't comply, then they just cut you off and you couldn't do anything. And so they allowed them to set up the system, set up all the framework, do all of the stuff so that when they took them down and took over the systems, they took all of that work that they had done to basically cripple and control all the people to now being that is going to be your actual source of freedom. I've said this in the past that they were also putting together all the FEMA camps. They were rebuilding them. They were refurbishing them. They were getting them ready for Hillary's entry into the presidency and then starting to round people up for those. That was all a part of the J. Helm and all of that part of the stuff that was going on in 13 and 14 and 12. And they were preparing Walmarts and they were going to take society down. Well, when Trump and the White Hats took over and started taking them down, all that they created for us to take us down will be what is used to take all of them down. So I hope that is a good enough explanation without having to try to understand how the quantum system actually operates. You can go and you can do a search on my channel for quantum, QFS systems, and it's going to go and it's going to, even the patents to all of this different stuff. I've got patent lists, I got patent numbers, I got actually pictures of what a quantum computer actually looks like. I've got so much, and I've had so much for years, and it's all now starting to become public. And the public domain was now started with the takedown and the actual announcement of the Queen herself. And so, over the next weeks, people, over the next weeks, 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, things are going to be crazy, crazy good. So don't be scared. Please do not get scared. The worse things get and the uglier things get, that should tell you that we are almost at the end. Think of the children of Israel when they were released finally after they had to go through the 10 plagues as they did for the Pharaoh. They had to go through all that, just like we had to go through all these things. We had to, as a people, we got to go through all these things to get our deliverance, to be set free. We're being set free. When they left, they took all of the gold and silver and everything. They loaded it all. The Pharaoh said, go, take it all and go. All of it. They didn't leave broke. They didn't leave partially good. They left with it all. If you don't believe me, go back and read it. It says they took it all. But then all of a sudden, he had a change of heart and he was like, what in the hell did I just do? Well, he just got set up by the Lord. He knew he had been beaten. That's why he let him go to start with and told him to take everything. But then all of a sudden, he says, oh my God, what did I do? I got to go get him. And he just got set up by the Lord. He just got set up. And what did he do? He went after him. He trapped him right there at the Red Sea. And God said, whoop, you ain't going nowhere yet, Bubba. I ain't done with you yet. I ain't done with you yet. Now, the people, they're freaking. You got to think, they're sitting there, they're looking. We just got set free. We got all this. We thought everything was going to be great. And now there's the Pharaoh. He's come to take us back, put us back in chains. We're probably going to be beaten. We're probably going to be tortured. We're probably going to be starved. We're probably going to be killed. And we got the Red Sea. Moses, what are we going to do? We're trapped. What are we going to do? What God do? They freaked. They absolutely freaked. And in that moment, God said, I made a way. And here's my way. No other man could make this way. And parted the Red Sea. Stood it up on ends. And dried out the ground instantly. You got to think, they were pulling all that gold and all that stuff in them carts and oxen and the weight of it all to be going across the bottom of a muddy, they wouldn't have made it 5 feet. He dried it out hard, where they could go across there. And you got to think, those Israelites going through there, and the walls are standing up on the sides, and they're just, I can imagine their senses are freaking out. They're going, oh my God, how is this even possible? How is this even possible? How did this even happen? And then once they're almost to the other side, God says, okay, Pharaoh, go get them. Oh, I'm going to go get them. I can see them. I can get them before they get all the way across there. Let's go, boys. He gets his whole army down in there as the Israelites are coming out the other side. And they're trucking going, we're going to make it. And right as the last of the Israelites get out, God lays his hand of protection over that water. And he destroys the entire enemy of those people all in one day. Not some of them, not most of them, all of them in a single day. Not 2 weeks, not a month, not a week, a single day. They went from being in captive slaves to being free with all of the wealth of the Pharaoh, and then having their entire enemies destroyed in a single day. So what's God going to do for us? He's doing our Red Sea moment right now. We've been going through the plagues. And we're coming to the end of it. And there's going to be a precipice moment in it. And God's going to deliver us in it. And so do not have any fear. God's telling you it's coming. And if God's telling you it's coming, the fear is not meant for you. The fear is meant for them because they are already in fear and in panic. The few that are left. Because the only ones that are really left are the local governments, the small municipalities, the people and the structures across the country and around the world that are still operating at the bottom levels, and still were they did they have access to means and ways? Yes, they did, but they are all the bottom of the tree. All are the bottom of the tree. They're all the low hanging fruit. This is not about the midterms, has nothing to do with the midterms. The only thing that this has to do with the midterms is for the people that are stinking asleep, and it's a way to reference the things that they're seeing and the events that are taking place so that they can understand it and start to wake up from it. But in reality, it's got nothing to do with the midterms. Has nothing. So I hope I've encouraged you. I hope I've set these stories straight. There is a Nesara. There is a Gesara. Where it was born out of, where it is actually signed into actual law, and has not been disclosed on purpose, but then has been brought up before the Hague and has actually been approved for that very thing. All the countries of the world had to sign on to that very thing. 206 nations. It's going to be beautiful, people. It's hard to wrap your minds around it, but do not allow these things of the world to bring any kind of fear and understanding of what is about to come, because it is not of the world and it is not of their making. Because if it was of the world and of their making, it would be corrupt and it would have all of those same markers of that I can't trust them. And no, I can't believe that this is real because they're going to probably give me something and sucker me into something and take it right back, and it'll be the carrot I can't ever get to, and all of those things that are of the world, of their making, the corruption and the cabal, of to keep us in that social enslavement. It's what we've been in. We're all slaves to social enslavement. None of us has ever known what it's like to be a true sovereign and true freedom. Only the illusion of freedom on purpose. That's all going away. We're going to have to learn how to be sovereigns. We're going to have to learn how to govern ourselves. We're going to have to learn how to actually be a republic. We're going to have to learn about so much going forward, but it's all to our benefit and all for our good, all for the good of the planet, all for the good of society, all for good for our people, everyone. Not just good for you, not just good for some, all. All. All right. With that, I guess that we can answer some questions. I've talked for 2 hours and 5 minutes. And I think I've covered and explained it very well. And I hope to God that as things change and as things come, the worse it looks, the more you should praise God. 100%. Because that means you're one step closer to the other side of that Red Sea. All right, Kelly.
Okay, so we have 1,957 participants. I can see about 25. I see one hand raised, so we're going to go with that person because she's been very patient, and then we'll go on to a post. I post it with questions. Let's see. Kelly, you're unmuted. Okay, I'm trying to unmute her and I can't. All right, we're going to have to move on to the questions. So I am trying to gather like the similar questions, and a lot of people are asking about these dates. For instance, the 23rd, people are talking about a stock market crash. The 24th being when they talked about in the German parliament saying it would be a day to remember. And then someone commented on what you said, being Hamashi means Jesus. Are you saying Jesus is coming September 24th? So can you just kind of like, I guess I know you talked about it, but just go over those dates for these people that are
So
asking?
the 24th is Yamashita, not the way that they're thinking it is. Yamashita is about the lost treasure and about that being given back to the people of God. And so what's the
Isn't that in
representation of that is that it's was the 70th year that the story when all of that were not the Israelites, but the children of God were basically set free and delivered. That they had been in slavery for 68 years, and then they were actually delivered, and this was why they were in bondage to Nebuchadnezzar, and they weren't able to get their gold and stuff given back to them, even though they got their freedom, because Nebuchadnezzar basically spent all that gold all over the Europe and Asia. And so this is a time in which that wealth is supposed to be given back not to just Israel, but because why? Because when Christ came, Christ actually got rid of that separation between the children of Israel and Christianity and being into Christ. And so that's the whole thing with a messianic.
Kyle? We can't hear you. Kyle? Kyle, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that can't hear you. If anybody could comment and let me know if you all can hear Kyle, I cannot. Okay, everybody, just hang on a second. Kyle had to come back in to the chat. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Just hold on. Let me just text him. One sec. Hello, Sly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just waiting for Kyle to come back. I don't know where he went.
Maybe he got dropped out and he's got to come back in because that happened on Major Freddy's channel too. So I'm sure
Yeah,
he'll be back.
we've got a lot of people here, so all of a sudden I couldn't hear him, and then I looked and he was gone. Last time that
Maybe
happened
you
too, he got thrown out.
should go over that article that you dropped while it's quiet.
Which one, honey?
Said you want to discuss something that you dropped. Did you discuss that already or did I miss it?
Um, no, we were just talking about the dates, the 23rd, the 24th. He was just kind of explaining that before he dropped off. I don't really know much about that, so I can't speak of it.
Well, just everybody should be prepared and, ready to go.
Yep. I mean, I've seen a lot of questions in the chat about when is it going to happen? We don't know, and Kyle has said that many times. I've seen questions about when will med beds be coming. That's another thing that we don't know for sure. No one knows. But we do know they are a thing and they will be available. I'm trying to see if there's any other questions I see that I can answer until Kyle gets back.
Maybe you should shoot him a text message.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so somebody asked, will I be safe traveling from Florida to Kentucky on the 24th? So, that's a hard
Will she
thing because,
will
I'm
they be
sorry?
traveling by air? By air or car?
Yeah, it doesn't say. Yeah, we're going to start to see, I think, a lot of the flights and the trains and whatnot go down. So, car may be the only option. But if there's a reason that you can't travel, they will let you know. Like Kyle has said, we are in a
Well,
light, a light,
so being
I'm sorry.
Kelly, real quick,
Yes,
being in the travel business, I would just tell everybody to make sure they have extra cash with them just in case they would have to stay an extra night or two in the hotel till they can get them back. And if they do take air flights down, they'll try to get you out a day or two earlier when they know it's coming. So I would just be prepared with a little extra money in case you have to stay a couple of days till this is cleared up and everything. But by car, I think you should be okay. And I think if the EVS did come out, they're going to give you time to get home. So those are just things to consider. I don't know if I'd be flying. Personally, I wouldn't, but I'm more worrier than other people might be.
I'd agree with that also about flying. At least you have a little bit more control when you're in your car. Let's see, this Kelly, you have your hand raised. I can't seem to unmute you though. I am so sorry, everybody. I don't know where Kyle is.
Some people are losing internet, Kelly, so maybe his internet dropped for a little bit.
Yeah, that could be. I've also heard, I watch his chat channel, and I've seen a lot of people saying they're not able to use their credit cards now. I had someone DM me saying they tried to order supplies for their company and their credit cards have like $100,000 credit limit, but they're getting declined. So we're starting to see things happening that we foresaw and had said to, prepare for. And that means having some cash on hand, your food, non-perishables stock up on. Now, we do believe that the National Guard, and as Kyle talked about, the Walmarts have all these Comtex, I think they call them containers, with all these preparations of food and medications and whatnot. So it's not like you're going to starve. But I think if you have your favorites or things that you like, if you gluten free, that type of thing, it would be a good idea to have that kind of stuff on hand because no one's going to starve, but you may not be able to get what you normally buy.
So too, I wouldn't depend on ATMs working whatsoever. So, having $300-400 at home, if you could, of cash in small increments, in ones and fives and tens. I wouldn't have $100 bills because they might not be able to cash them. Um, I would suggest having a couple of gas cans filled if you can, in case, the pumps go down so you can travel. Check on your neighbors. Uh,
And I have
I just
no idea
fortunately
what happened,
kids.
and I don't even know when I got kicked out.
Oh my gosh, Kyle, you've been gone for a long time. We
Well,
thought
I
you like
don't
you.
talk with my phone. I don't talk with my phone. I talk where I'm actually like talking, like I'm talking to people, and my phone is somewhere else, and I have to make sure I don't get too far away from it. Um, and I walked back and I saw you text saying, "Where you at?" I'm like, "Oh my God, not again." So I don't know where I was at, what happened, but
Okay, you were talking about the dates of the 23rd, 24th. People are asking about should they travel those days? What was the German parliament meaning of this will be a day to remember? You were also talking about the Israelites, I believe.
okay. All right. So yes, those days are real. Yamashita is the 24th, Feast of Tabernacles 25th, and yes, those are going to be big days. That's huge days. Whether it's the day before, the day after, doesn't really matter. Something huge is going to happen. Is the stock market going to crash? Absolutely, people. It's going to crash. It is going to crash. But your 401ks and those things that you do not have the control over because corrupt entities and corrupt financial institutions have been manipulating that stuff for years and pillaging it. Trump has said multiple times that your 401ks are safe. But he's also said that when people see these bad things in the stock market going south, they're seeing their money go away. He's painting a picture. You're going to see your money go away, but because it's ledgered under the QFS and you had at a no fault of your own, it's safe. And we saved your money because these corrupt individuals are the ones going to lose, but you're not. But you're not going to know that initially, but you will. But you're going to know it. You should all know it because I'm telling you right now. And I've been telling you. My story has not changed one bit and not ever gonna because it is the is. It's not something that when people make stuff up and it's a lie, it's real hard to stay within that truth boundary because it changes a little bit each time because you have a hard time remembering it. Well, that ain't the case. It's easy to remember the truth and the way things are because that's how they are. You don't have to think about it. You just talk about it because that's what it is. And so this is going to happen, but you don't have to worry about it. If you got money that you're investing and that you're doing it out of your own free will in the stock market, and it's going to crash, are you playing Russian roulette? I think so. No, I know so. Did you get killed today? No. Did you get killed tomorrow? Nope. But there's going to be a day that you roll that barrel to the one day where you get the bullet. So it's your call, but you're going to go, well, yeah, I should have done whatever. But it's not me. I'm telling you what is going to be happening, and when it happens, I don't know. It could be next week. It could be tomorrow. I don't know, but it's coming. I mean, look at what's happened last two. I said 2 days ago, I think it was, there's going to be no more dead cat bounces. None. It's going to keep on going down, going to keep on going down. And then the day that they pull the freaking plug on it, it's going to go straight down and you ain't going to be able to recover. You're not going to be able to get in there quick enough to do anything. So whether it happens during close, before it opens, it's going to happen. You're not going to be able to do nothing about it. So you can either listen or not. It's not my to make you do anything. I'm not trying to make you believe it. I'm giving you information. You can do what you want with it. But you can't say I didn't know. Now the other thing with those the Israelites and all that kind of stuff with these dates, it's happening just like the day that they were going down to the Red Sea, right? This is our Red Sea moment. We're being delivered, and we know these events are coming. And that Israelite should have got him some lawn chairs, some Kool-Aid, or some tea, got him some ice, got him a cooler, so that when they got down there to the Red Sea and everybody was freaking out, he could have whipped out his chairs, got him a little tent up, and plopped down and said, "All right, Lord, what are you going to do now? It's your call. I'm going to sit here and wait on you." While everybody's freaking out, I'm ready. It's a perspective, what I was painting a picture of right there. And so, are you going to be the others, unprepared and freaking out? Or are you going to be the guy that's going to sit there in your lawn chairs, have your tea going, "Okay, Lord, what are you going to do? I know it's your ball's in your court." That's where we're at right now. So don't freak out.
Did you also take a look at that picture that I text you with BK with the light switch? And then on the 24th, it looks like he's flipping it up. And then on the 29th, there's a silhouette of a picture that I just noticed was Trump. And I located the picture of Trump. He was actually walking down these stairs of, I guess, Air Force One with an umbrella.
It was Air Force One, and the lightning. If you were to expand that picture out, there's another picture that is an expanded picture that goes up to a source. I'm just going to leave it at that. That is creating that lightning, that is creating that effect. And so, when you get those pictures of the green background, the red meaning stop, the hold, the green go, lights on, lights off, and the energy, electricity is basically nothing more than electrons and neutrons being charged up and moving, whether it's through lightning, whether it's through laser, or however it is. And so I think this is a foreshadowing of exactly the kind of stuff I'm talking to you about right now. Just leave it at that.
Okay, here's a question you hear often. What happens when everyone gets a boatload of money? Who will do the work to keep the country running?
Okay, well, don't you think, or do you think that maybe they have thought about this? Just maybe. And if they thought about it, then what would be the solution to that? I know you're asking, so you don't know, but I'm asking it in a question format so that you can think about it as I'm answering it. Well, this is what is being considered the fourth industrial revolution. And when you go into the fourth industrial revolution, the same thing happened in the industrial revolution. And if you know what happened in history, then it will kind of shed light on it. Well, what happened during the Industrial Revolution is that all of a sudden they started bringing in machines and the assembly line and all of this, you know, technology, which was rudiment at the time, but it also eliminated the workforce. And so when it eliminated the workforce, these individuals rebelled against that new technology. And they actually, if you go back and you look and read in history, they actually burned down and rioted facilities because of that very thing. But did it make their lives better in the long run? Yes, it did. But did they struggle? Yes, they, because they lost their jobs and then they had to go find new work. And yes, it was difficult. So if we are on the cusp of technology that is and has been being talked about all the way back to the 2016 elections by the Democrats, that the Industrial Revolution that is coming is going to put people out of work because they're not going to be needed and they're going to need to have, and we're not going to have to think about some kind of stipend to be able to put them on a means of being able to be paid because they're going to lose their job. And they may be 40, 50, 60 years old and they don't have the ability to go and be retrained and or time or what. And we're going to have to come up with a way to take care of them during this change that's going to make everything better because technology that's coming is going to eliminate 2/3. Did you hear what I just said? 2/3 of the workforce. So if it's going to eliminate 2/3 of the workforce, and all of a sudden people are actually doing pretty good, then that's going to be a good thing. That they don't have a job because it's been done away with. And then the jobs that are going to be available are going to be very high paying jobs because they're going to be in positions of managing a situation that is very, very profitable for that company going forward. So, are there going to be want to be people get out there in that workforce? Oh yeah, they're going to be wanting people to get out there, even though they got a lot of money. People, even though they got a lot of money, they want more money, especially if you're getting paid a lot to go do something that you want to be doing anyway. I'm talking about I want to go and do this because it's a good thing, and I want to go to work and not have to go to work to slave to try to get by and then be forced. I got to go to work. I can't change my job. I can't. So it's about a mindset of being changed that's coming. So is it a good thing that there's going to be financial stability for all people? Absolutely. Because a lot of those jobs that people had are going to disappear within a couple of years completely. I know this 100% fact because I work in an industry that we're doing it already, and people don't know that it's being prepared for very soon. Spent billions and billions of dollars preparing for when it goes live. So,
Okay. The next one is, will all wars have to cease to usher in Nesara? And if so, which countries are still at war?
so yes, all hostilities around the world have to stop, period, under Nesara. So the actions that are taking place right now are not under the pretext of an aggression of a war state These are mostly all being done under special operations and for a specific goal and purpose, which is to take down the evil and corrupt that are still out there operating, and bio facilities that are still out there that need to be taken down. Like the Armenian stuff right now, that whole conflict that's going on right now, Armenia is about to get taken down because they are under the influence and control of the cabal, just like Ukraine was, and they have bio facilities there, and they also have trafficking and stuff that need to be taken care of there, and that's what's being done right now. Just like Taiwan, that's what's happened with Taiwan. That's what the United States, and that's what Japan, that's what all these countries have been operating on these so-called exercises in the Northern Pacific. They've actually been working with taking down these facilities in China. Taiwan. So Taiwan's going down. It's going to be under the pretext that China is coming and taking it over. That's a means of a optic for the world for the precipice event of whatever's going on. But in reality, that's not the hostile events. That's the corrupt individuals being taken down and offline. 100%. So with Nesara, the only way to participate in the QFS and with Nesara is no hostile intent, period.
Okay, Sinjin, I unmuted you. Do you have a question? Sinjin Smith, you're unmuted. Okay, let's go back to the questions here.
It's really difficult when there's this many people. It just doesn't work right. And when you try to unmute people and try to work, I can't. I can see that we have almost 1,950 people in here, but I can only see about actually 25. It won't even
Yes,
go up after that. All it does is say share a link after that. It won't even roll link, do anything. And I see two people's hands up, one person's hand up, and that's it.
yeah,
So
and I
it gets
tried
to
to
where it's
unmute.
overloaded and it won't work when we get this many people in here. So
I even tried to unmute that person and I couldn't. So, let's see. Do illegal immigrants here in the U.S. have to go back to their homeland to receive their Gesara?
yes. So, with this whole thing that was going on with the border and the border crossing and all that stuff with everything, majority of all that is a show, people. It's not really happening. I live here in Texas and it's not real what the optics they're trying to give you. Okay. So don't freak out about it. So is the norms happening? Yes. But outside of that, there's nothing that is secure. And you got to understand that all of the drugs and all of the cartels did not exist. They do not exist unless they're being propagated and allowed to by the CIA. Period. That has been taken down. They have been taken down. I know this to be true. Got people in Mexico. I know. And so everything is optics. They're showing you, but it ain't what are you seeing. So don't freak about it. It's all good. But the people in the beginning, I was having this long discussion. We're trying to figure this out with my father in prayer. And it was just like I'm talking to you right now, not audibly, but to me. It was like, son, they have to go home to participate in what I have for everybody. There's no way around it. And they will. And I started thinking about it after all that. And I was like, that's absolutely incredible. Because for all of the monies and all of the um, humanitarian situations, most people, the reason they came to America was for opportunity, nothing else, because their real love is their own their own land, their own families, and they come here, work, and send money to the people that are still left behind. That's what they do. And so, if all of a sudden all those opportunities and all that abundance for them to go home and rebuild their own communities and their own countries, and that's how they're going to be blessed in their future, that's not even going to be questioned. Even though there's no way to get involved in the financials with the QFS as an illegal alien, zero. And you can't operate any way, shape, or form, none outside of it. So it's going to be no big deal. Y'all need to go home. This is what is going to happen for you. And also, one of the things I was shown is that we're going to make it as easy as possible for them to make that journey home. As in, we're going to take care of that ability for them. So everybody's got to go to their homelands for their blessings and for their own country to prosper. It's beautiful,
Well,
actually.
if we think about it, the only reason they came here is because their countries were so raped and pillaged and they had nothing and they were looking for opportunity. So if they get the opportunity to go home and they can survive there and flourish, it just makes sense that they will want to go home.
Yes, that's their home. Here's not their home. And they will not only have like opportunities, but their abundance of joy, peace, happiness, and everything will be at home where they came from. And being able to make it and build it into a world that they so choose. And there will be no hindrance in the financials for that to be done. And there will be no corruption or evil to get involved and say, no, you can't do that. You got to go through us and you got to apply for. No, all that stuff is going away. So the simplicity of it is absolutely incredible, but the beauty of it is just it's awesome. It's incredible.
Okay, the next question is, hello, Captain Kyle. Can you please explain to us the DNA with our exchange? Do we have the people give us this magnificent technology in front of us the day for the RV and humanitarian project exchange?
Okay, so our DNA had been manipulated over a long period of time, and it had been depleted in what it is in original structure and characteristics of what it was. But the good thing about it was the initial code that God placed in each and every one of our DNA is still there. And so the whole attack on this transhumanism with the squirt was all about removing that part of the code that was God's imprint on your DNA to bring separation between you and God the Father, source, whoever you want to look at him to be. I just, in my terminology, it's easier for me to understand him as my father. But in reality, he's not our father. He's our father, our mother, our brother, our confidant, all and everything that we could ever, ever, ever want, hope, or need. all the above. So any way that you want to refer to God is okay because he meets that criteria for you and for everyone else as well too. So whether you like it or not, doesn't really matter. But he is all, all the above. And so the change that had been being done was intentional to bring separation between man and God. This was the enemy's last attempt to try to bring separation between man and his creation and to allow the enemy to keep complete control and domination over this planet, this world, whatever you want to call it. I don't care, doesn't matter. But that did not succeed. And the higher intelligence, we'll call it whatever you want on that as well, that you can call it angels. God has got it. I'm tired of people putting God in a box. And that's what people have been doing. My God is in no box. So he's opened my eyes to so many things that was a part of control and limiting God in the perspective of man and what man's eyes were. That was a part of those boxes to keep God in, that allowed for domination of man through religion. Christ came against religion 100%. If you don't believe me, go back and read it. Did he go against the money changers? Oh, yes, he did. He came against all that was a part of the power and control of the church of that time because of what it represented. And that is the same, that is still true today in every shape, form, and fashion that you have with organized religion, period. Well, as of about the early to mid 60s, only a couple of people have I ever told this to. People had their DNA changed, not by man, not by whatever you want to think, but it was upgraded by our Father in however way that he chose to do it. Just going to leave it at that. So, people that were born in the late 50s, early 60s, and on had an innate ability of starting to have a DNA activation within your mindset of things are not right, things need to change, and understanding things in a different way. And you kind of started questioning things like you question God, you question church, you question your mom, you questioned all kinds of stuff. You don't know why, you just thought you were kind of like a rebel. Well, that was that DNA that came into your existence in that time period. Some people want to say that it was light workers. Some, I don't care what it is. I just know what Father showed me, and it was basically our upgrade to our DNA was giving us innate abilities that we were supposed to already have that they have been muting for a long time. And so with the vibration increases that we've been having with the planet, Schumann resonance has shown exactly those things, which is the heartbeat of the planet, which is also the heartbeat of the people and their resonance, their frequency resonance, which has been increasing. And as those things increase, it activates those portions of your DNA that had been there, that say our Father, intentionally wanted us to have. So some people say, well, why did I wake up and other people didn't? Wasn't your choice. You're not smarter. I'm not smarter. I'm not better than anybody else. You say, I've heard so many people say, I got a whole family. They're super intelligent. They all got degrees. They're doctors. They're this, they're that, they're other. And they don't have a clue to nothing. And I seem to be the black sheep of the family. Well, God didn't choose to wake everybody up. And you were chosen by God, not because you were something special, not because I was something special, because I am not. I will tell you that right now. But I am obedient. And with obedience and with faith, God can do anything. Go back and look through history and read about it. Those are kind of requirements for God. Nothing else. You can be a horrible individual, did all kinds of bad things. And God usually takes that individual that nobody thinks is going to be that one and then puts them up on a pedestal. And it's like, why? What's special about you? You did all these things. Why? Because God chose to. God makes examples of those things over and over again. So just know that God has a plan and a purpose for each one of y'all that are listening to the sound of my voice right now, and so many more. And so when you question why you, it's Him. End of story. You didn't wake up, He woke you up. Because if not, you would be asleep just like the rest of them. And so God has been preparing you to be their comfort, to be their support, to be their help whenever they finally do wake up in each one of those environments all over. Where if it's one or two in a family network of 10 or 5, then you're it. You're the one for them. So God's got a plan for each and every one of y'all. Whether you know it or not, you will when the time comes. So just prepare yourself for when that day comes. And know that you didn't wake yourself up. He woke you up. And He woke you up for a purpose, whether you know it or not. It's coming. And actually, we're almost at that corner. But that purpose that He really has for you, it may not come for another year. And you could, everything be peachy and all these things. And all of a sudden, God kind of leads you to something that it's like, oh, this is what I've been preparing for this whole time. I could never see it then because I had no idea this even existed. That's how He operates. So just be encouraged by that. And don't worry about why you and why the others are still asleep, because you didn't have nothing to do with it. And neither did they. So, all right.
All right, next question is, Captain Kyle, was it you that mentioned that Trump owns Australia?
Yes. Yeah, I did. So, the stock market, the land accords, the golly, that caught me off guard. Right, the Lincoln Accord, and there's several of them that are defunct, and because of that, they were consumed into the stock market. The stock market, basically, Trump actually took it over and is basically the owner of the stock market. And because whether people want to believe it or not, the stock market is not a part of the government, and it is not a free institution. It's privately owned and always has been, and it's been a scam for everybody. The stock market in England, same thing. They all have, and you can find this all out through information. Um, I'll dig up that the accords and the stuff, and then I'll get with Kelly, and I'll have Kelly post it to the channel. And when that accord is broken, because like with just like the banks and the 14th Amendment, the 16th Amendment, all that, none of that was ratified. It's all illegal. And so all that goes away. When all that goes away, then you have to revert back to prior and how or who owned or where was it influenced by to get its purpose. But just because, get this, just because Trump is now the legal owner of Australia, I don't care if you think I'm a quack, I don't. That doesn't matter. The deal with that is that it's going under its own republic and not be in a privately owned situation, period. So it's going to be 100% forfeited back to you as the people. And you will have complete control of your own republic. That's what's important. And special forces will make sure that that happens. Not only with your special forces, but ours as well as the collaboration of other special forces around the world.
So, Kyle, did we also talk about Australia and Canada possibly become part of America?
Yes, and they're gonna be in a certain way, but not like America. This is gonna be like we're their like sibling, and they're gonna be their own republic. We're our own republic, but we're gonna be like brother and sister. Let's just put it like that.
Awesome. Okay, here's a good question. What areas or sectors of technology will be the most in need within the next couple years? Are they areas we are all familiar with from a vendor neutral standpoint, or will these high paying tech jobs be a whole new industry that is not available to learn right now?
So some of it is somewhat available, and that is some of the integration of technologies, which is like what I'm talking about with that is the um, service industries and things of that nature, because service industries are going to always be available and be good for the public, meaning that, you know, um, homes are still going to need plumbers. Things are still going to need to have hands on, like your things within your homes, within businesses. They're still going to need inside businesses, people that are going to be like uh, the IT department. And there's going to be integration of the old technologies into the new technologies for a period of time as the conversion out of old technologies gets done away with, which is going to be years in the process completely. Um, but then we're going to have things that are going to be new technologies of like say vehicles and stuff like that. Um, I started to take a picture today. I was driving along. I was coming back from Houston downtown. I was coming back to my house, and it's just 30 miles from Houston. So I was driving along, and I noticed on when I was leaving, I was like, that car dealership. It's a big Chevy dealership, right? And it had maybe 20% of the amount of new vehicles on the lot that it should have at this time of the year, meaning September going into the new year. They should have like all the all the new cars for next year all just being pounded into the lots. But it ain't got nothing to do with chips, and sorry to bust people's bubble, but that's all a freaking lie. People have been intentionally not building these vehicles because the new technology with the new vehicles and the new transportation where we're going over the next couple of years, when that technology gets disclosed to the public, they would not be able to sell these vehicles at all. If you go down, you see a truck that's a regular truck that 3 years ago was a $35,000 truck. They're trying to sell it for $70,000 right now. It's freaking nuts. It is the most craziest thing you ever seen in your life. And they wouldn't be able to do that as soon as this technology comes out. So they're trying to do everything they can to make all these excuses and all this stuff and limit the availability and blah, 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 blah. It's all a ball trick. You know, you got the hats and they got the balls, and you're trying to find the ball, and they're showing you one thing, they're telling you another, and it's all baloney. Because as the new technology begins to come out, those are going to be worthless. I mean, they're not going to be able to hardly sell them, so they're going to have to practically give them away. So regular vehicles are going to be changing completely. Fuel, gasoline, all that kind of stuff, that's going away relatively soon in the next few years, to a certain degree, not completely. Really, where the combustion engine and things of that nature are going to stay around for some time are going to be in toy vehicles, like your four-wheel drive trucks and your Jeeps and things of that nature. Like, you know, they're going to have different ones, but that's where it's going to be most predominantly in that segment of the market, and everywhere else it's going to deplete. And so the new technologies that are coming, just like in hospitals, most of your doctors and most of your, they're not going to be freaking needed. They're basically, when all this comes down, they're going to have to realign themselves to either get involved in the holistic nature event, which none of them have been trained for, none of them have any idea, by design, on purpose. I just went to my doctor yesterday for a checkup to talk to, and he's just, it's out of, he doesn't know squat about anything. And it's like, well, that's all right, because it's all coming. And when it does, you can have talk with me, because I see you on a regular basis. I'm friends with him. But it's going to blindside him. And like I said, Trump has said that most of their hospitals are going to be obsolete, because when we stop poisoning people, which that's what they've been doing with our food and everything else, and when we actually start healing people with actual technology and actual cures, and then stop poisoning them and bring people to a good standard of health, then there's not going to be a whole lot of need for doctors and that aspect. Now, still, they're going to need certain people to operate within that realm and with a level of expertise and different things. So, but in a much smaller scale. So when we have all of these doctors that were pushing the jabs and everything else, and they were doing it all for money, and they think that they're going to get it off scot-free, for, well, I didn't know. I was just following orders. I was whatever. Well, that's what the Nuremberg. Go back and read what happened to all those people during the Nuremberg trials. That was not an excuse, and they didn't get scot free because of that. So, will that change how many actual available doctors and nurses and all that are out there that are good? Oh yeah, it's going to reduce that number by significance. Because my wife, she's going to a women's conference this weekend. Big female all women's conference is going this weekend, and we paid for another lady to go. That's beautiful woman. Well, her husband is the one that I told you guys um, last year. They killed him in the hospital. Well, that's his wife, and so we're paying for her to go be a part of the women's conference and for her to be with the other women to love on her and to bring some healing and just I expect great things from what God's going to do. But all that's I wanted to go that day when they did this to him. I wanted to take my truck and drive right through the doors on the emergency room and start just executing them fuckers. That's what I really wanted to do. That's how mad I was because they murdered him. And what would that have done? That would have got me locked up, maybe got me killed, separated from my wife, and then the story, we got a QAnon quack shooting up a hospital, and that would have done nothing good. Would have been nothing but bad. But man, that's what I would have. Oh, I so wanted to do that. I so wanted to. But yeah, the world's going to change, and those jobs and things. There's some that are there, there's some not. Like water, services, things that nature. Those things are going to prosper in the future. All that's going to prosper. So just start thinking about things that are in that are going to be a value to humanity, and start thinking in that kind of form versus the things that have been a hold or a detriment to humanity, and that's going away.
So Kyle, there was a lot of questions about banking, and I happened to run across in your chat channel because I kind of look at that every day and make sure everything's running smoothly in there. And I ran into a post by a woman that said, I have a friend who is in the upper management of Wells Fargo. I go to lunch with her occasionally. I met with her at the bank one day in late 2020 and asked her jokingly, where was all the gold and silver? She pointed down as if underneath us. Then she said certain crypto is the biggie too. She actually showed me some of the new system at my Super Bowl party earlier that year. She is now under an NDA. What she showed me was mind-blowing. She also mentioned new phones that will be used for that system. And I'm thinking the quantum phone I've heard mentioned a few times recently. So I thought that was really an interesting post I found. I had saved it and wanted to read it to you all. But there's also a lot of concern in the chat with people that are asking, okay, so you said that their funds in the bank are going to be mirrored, but they're having questions about their 401k, their stocks, things like that, their retirements. Are they going to be all mirrored as well?
So I answered that earlier, and I will answer it again because I don't think you can hear it enough because people only hear certain parts of everything anyway. So 401ks are safe. Anything that has to do with a retirement account is safe. It doesn't matter if it's invested in a fake, phony stock market or not. It is a retirement account that a financial planner or an advisor has control over outside of your authority. And even if it's a broker account, that is still under the structure of a 401k, it's still within that protected realm of retirement account. Why? Because I do not have access to it, as in available funds, without taking penalties to try to pull it out or anything of that nature. So, what I did with my own brokerage account is I zeroed it out. It's sitting there in cash. The stock market can go to zero tomorrow. I don't care. It is completely mirrored by the QFS and protected. It is a retirement account, and anything in that structure is safe under the transferring of funds because of the corrupt individuals that are being taken down and removing that whole corrupt system. So, the mainstream media for a year and a half, I'm not talking about Q, I'm not talking about QAnon, Anons, I'm not talking about truthers. The mainstream media has been telling people for a year plus that the stock market is going to go through a correction. It's at least 50% out of whack. And that's from their perspective. The guy that was ahead of BlackRock, CEO, left because it was the corruption was there. He could not, he just couldn't stay with it. Got out, did an article a couple days ago or a day ago or a few days ago, whatever, that within the structure of the framework of the system that is in place right now, which is the fiat system, we're talking about no other influences, meaning not the white hats, not cabal, nobody. If we were just to continue down the path that we're on today, that the entire system would implode in 2 years or less. So, with that, now it's not going to be 2 years. That's with nobody doing anything, with us just continuing down the road we're on, and within a year and a half to 2 years, the system itself would completely implode because it cannot sustain what's happened and where it's at. It was never meant to. That's not where it's going to go, but I'm just telling you from the structure that's being said from the mainstream world. So if you have monies that are out there in the stock market and you have investments in, you've been playing the stock market, short the shit out of some stuff and get out and make some money shorting it. Because if you cash it out and it's in a brokerage account cash, you won't lose a dime. And we know, that it's going to go down. Did you see what happened yesterday? Did you see what happened today? These things are going to continue to happen. And if you don't do anything, then I don't know what to tell you. But if you put your stocks that you have in there personally, I am not a financial advisor and I am not an expert, but I am not a dumb shit either. Short it, make some money, don't lose your money, leave it in cash so you don't take any penalties for any of it, and it will all transfer with you. I'll say this again. If it has anything to do with 401k or retirement accounts of any nature, they're safe. But if you're investing on your own, like if I was have my own account and I have my own stuff, which I do, just saying, and then tomorrow I say I want to buy this, I want to buy that, I want to buy this. Okay, I am doing that on my own, meaning I can cash it out, I can sell it, I can trade it, I can do whatever I want when I want to because it's me, it's mine, I'm doing it out of my own account, and it's an investment tool that I'm doing on my own. If you lose that, you lose that. I don't know how much more clear I can be on any of that. It's
Okay,
like a
so
company going bankrupt and then you're still owning the company. So short the shit out of your stuff, make some money, and then hold. If it's a personal thing, if it's not a retirement account, it's a totally different thing. So I want people to understand the difference between the two. So there you go.
So people are also concerned about their Social Security and disability benefits and retirement age.
Those are the easiest. So Social Security, your benefits are going to go up. Your disability benefits are going to go up. And your retirement age is going to go down. It's just the way it is. So what I've heard that the as much as your Social Security and your disability are going to potentially double to triple, and your the retirement age has been talked about anywhere from 55 to 58 to 59, and I'm personal belief in favor to the things that I've heard the most is that it'll probably end up around 55, 56. We don't need all these workers. Remember, again, it's all about workers that we don't need, and finances and people being able to enjoy their lives and not be working till they're dead. It's all about perspective and mindset being changed. But that's probably one of the easiest questions tonight. All right, cool. Next.
Let's see. Ghost, I unmuted you. Did you have a question?
Hey, no, I was just going to jump in when Captain Kyle was out. When his phone went off or whatever. I just wanted to say to everyone, this isn't this very well may just be the last time that you'll see the world the way it is. And then once we get to the other side, it's nothing but the best time ever. So in a way, enjoy it for the sense of looking at it through a lens of appreciating history, because things won't be the same after things happen. That's all I wanted to say.
And you're right, and the perspective in that is that it's like, who knew, and I'm saying it in a context of that it shocks everybody because of the way it happened, that the 10th of September on 2001, that night when they went to bed, those individuals didn't know that that was going to be their last night with their family. None of them. And the people that showed up in Dallas and Kennedy's assassination, they didn't have any idea that midday was going to change their life forever. And so these things happen.
Kyle, we lost you. I don't know if you're walking too far again.
Hold on just a second.
Okay.
My
I'm like, please don't leave me again.
earbud just went dead. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on just a second.
Hello? You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Okay,
now.
good. Oh, good. Okay. So, as I was saying, that those people didn't have any idea that their world was going to change that very next day. So, we don't know if tomorrow or the following day or the day after that, that all of a sudden we're going to wake up and our world's going to be changed. Just like the day that they announced the Queen's death, you know, everybody was just peachy keen. And that morning, on the going out to everywhere, all of a sudden the Queen's sick. She's under doctor's care. The family's rushing to her side. Oh, they're finally getting there. Oh, she's dead. Oh my God, the Queen's dead. You know, so that's the kind of how fast all of a sudden everything's going to change. And so when Ghost is saying that I'm giving you all of the things that we should be expecting and the things that's happened to lead up to this. And so, yes, they're going to happen. We don't know when, but just have that expectation that each and every day that we live out from here on out, just make it the best. Make it your best you and appreciate where we're going and what's about to take place. Because the other side is you're not going to recognize this stuff. Even with me telling you these things, when they start announcing it, and they, all right, just say, to give you an example, they said, all right, Gesara, your debts are gone. You all got, all your financiers are good. Go to your bank. This, you get your accounts, show up, and your whole world just changed that quick. And it's your senses are going to have a difficult time processing all those changes. So just be living every day with an expectation and with your very best you. All right, Kelly.
Okay, here's a humdinger for you. Is Melania the Queen of Russia now, or do things have to continue to play out and wrap up with Russia and Ukraine before she becomes so? If she is now, what was the process from Putin to designating her to be the queen?
So I would say that yes, that as in the rightful heir to that, she is. Um, but whether or not that's the plan, as far as with what God's plan is for the quantum and with the quantum existence for the world, um, this is my own perspective now. I don't believe that there's going to be any one individuals that are going to be kings and queens of that nature. Now, she may have that type of that honorary role title placed upon her for her heritage to be um, restored, but as far as having like a monarchy or any of that kind of nature, no, that's all gone. Every country is going to be under a republic, 100% republic, and you cannot have a monarchy with sovereign people. Just remember that. It's hard for people to understand that, but I think that just in namesake, she'll have her name restored, but outside of that, no. Okay, that wasn't that hard, was it?
No, that was good. Okay, how will the greediness of people be handled? The homeless helped who have no address. The cabal is evil and going down. but we have evil in general and people also. What's the plan for these people in these situations?
So what what really causes most crime, theft, divorce, all those things? It's usually money and some kind of lack of, whether it depends on how you're being oppressed in it. That's usually the root of it all. Money is usually the root of all of that. And so when you remove that root of lack in any shape, form, or fashion, that you don't have to worry about, am I going to be on the street or tomorrow or not? The homeless are going to be all taken care of. They're this whole thing with people homeless on the street, that shit's going away. 100%. There's no reason for it. None. If you think about the Rothschilds alone having $700 trillion dollars, that is enough money that every person, all 5 point whatever billion people we got on this planet, that's $1 trillion or a $1 billion for each one. Imagine that. That's how much money that they had, and how much the Vatican had. That, oh, we're praying for the 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 homeless and the oppressed, and we're drinking out of freaking gold goblets. I mean, really, come on. It's all bullshit, all of it. And so when everyone is taken out of their lack and out of their not having need for anything, because everything is available to everyone. So all your goods and services, like your electricity, your water, all those things, those are necessities that are all supposed to be taken care of as a part of our arrangement to have a government. If you don't have those as a government, then you don't have the government, because they didn't do their most simplest job. And so if you remove that, and you remove that element out of society, then it will be innate. Watch out, you will set the alarm off, babe. It's, yeah, no, that's good, you can do that, but just don't, like, if you open the door or stick your hand up through, or stick your head up close there, it'll set it off. You know how it is. Yeah, you like that. Here, let me here, dude. Okay, I put some new steps on my Jeep today, and they were all for my wife to be able to get in and out of it, and she was like wanting to touch them and see, and it was like she almost set the alarm off. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So when you remove that and you remove those things, and then you start having a humanity and heart for people, knowing that if you do something that is corrupt and you try to manipulate the QFS in its innate functionality, you will be caught and flagged, and you will be talked to about it. And when it happens, you're going to go, let's just put it in the terminology you're going to understand. Oh shit, how in the hell did you know that? Well, if it ever happens again, you're going to go on restrictions, because that is a part of Nesara and Gesara and the quantum that is not allowed. It's like you can't have hostile nature and participate in it as a country. If you do, you're cut off from the rest of the world. And there will be no a way for you to function outside of it. None. So it's hard for people to start grasping, but as you move past that initial lack and need and the goodness of people and understanding that these things are not going to be accepted or will not be tolerated, period, because they go against natural and common law that's governing thyself. Do no harm. If you do harm, there's consequences to that. And so be encouraged that it is not a corrupt society that we're going to have to worry about, because it's all going to be a fair and just way of operating under God's law and with humanity. And all of this other corrupt policy crap that's out there right now, it's all going away. All of it. It's about do no harm. And if you've done no harm, then you want to drive on the freeway at night, there's nobody on there, and you're driving 100 miles an hour, and you ain't hurt nobody, you ain't put nobody at risk. That is doing no harm. There are no tickets for that. You do that at 5 o'clock and you're putting people at risk, you have the potentiality of doing harm to people. There's a very big difference in understanding the difference in common law and no harm, doing no harm. But not a set, you do this and you're paying the city. That crap's going away. Driver's license for the regular public, going away. Registrations and property taxes, going away. All right, next question.
You have a lot of questions about insurance, like
That's going away too.
okay, medical
So
insurance
back in the
and
day,
property.
so so what did they tell you about med beds? They're going to be free. So if they're free, then what do you need medical insurance for? You don't. And so it's not like you're going to have to go in and, you got 6 months of therapy, and that's all freaking the part of the cabal's world of keeping you sick and keeping you under their financial money wheel. That's all it has ever been. And so people back in the day used to carry what is considered a surety bond, where they had taken out a bond on themselves for a specific amount of money that protected them, that if I was to do wrong to someone, I crashed into somebody and I caused somebody to die, it is my responsibility to make that right. Why? Because I did wrong. And under my surety bond that I created through myself would take care of those people. So these are things that we're going to learn going forward about the way that insurance is nothing ever been but a legalized theft. I mean, in all reality, how many times have you paid it your whole life, and then the time you try to use it, it's like they try to screw you. And then they want to raise your rates or cancel you. It's legalized theft, and that's all going away. We'll have the responsibility of sovereigns to take out our own ability to cover ourselves with an umbrella policy of some type of bond to like having, you know, an insured bonding like a company does, where they have a coverage for their own self or whatever. That's all you're going to need. And that covers everything. But all this crap that's out there that is a part of the world we have today is all just a bunch of legalized theft and criminality. Next question.
Okay, I've got a few people I was able to unmute. Ghost, you're first, then AA Flight 151, and then Bass DR2, in that order.
Thank you, Kelly. Captain Kyler, just wondering if you had any updates from what we learned the detective was saying about the QNet and the quantum bank accounts, as well as any comments on the quantum phones and Protocol 20.
So the Q phone, the quantum phones have been being made 3 different countries under the presidential emergency orders that were opened and started back in 2020. And the where they're at, as far as my understanding on the finalization of where we're at the very end. There's only a few handful of smaller institutions that are finishing their onboarding. And once that is complete, there is nothing left for the plug to be pulled. So that could be finished. I mean, I'm telling you, like, it could be done in any time. It could already be done. And so with that, there's nothing holding that up. The other issue with that is that the lady that made that statement that talked about Wells Fargo, that is correct. Wells Fargo is actually the lead institution under the White Hats, and I hate that institution. I've always hated that institution. Never said I'd ever walk back through the doors of that institution. Back 20 years ago plus. They happen to be the lead of the QFS and the initiative. All individuals have, through Social Security numbers, oh, how about that? All have their accounts already established. They're all individually established, just like your Social Security number. Doesn't matter if you're married, not married, doesn't matter if you're divorced, doesn't matter. Everybody has their own number, right? Everybody has their own account. And with everybody's own account, everybody also has their own amount of funding in it already. So I'm telling you, people, when you wake up one day and one change, your mind's gonna get blown. It's gonna be that quick. So everything that you asked about that ghost is pretty much right on track. And I don't even know that happened as far as what you're asking about. But I do know the other things about it.
I'll send it to you. Thank you, Captain Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, AA Flight 151.
Hey, Captain Kyle, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm driving. I just want to say to you and Kelly, um, God bless you and yours, not only for bringing the truth, but for being real, and your candor is amazing. Thanks for bringing Derek into the loop the other day. I'll tell you what, God bless you and your families, honestly, and humbly from the bottom of my heart. So I think that most everybody here on the channel is probably pretty empathic. At least that's my take from most of the questions and most of the people that are on here. And what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to forgive people, right? Even cranky old farts like myself. You got to forgive people and let go of the stuff, right? Because there's going to be a lot of people that are literally going to melt down and be on the side of the road weeping. Now,
Yeah.
I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to say that from the standpoint of scaring people, but that's what it's going to take. So, to all the people on the channel right now, get an idea for your humanitarian project. I have one. I want to give dogs to veterans that have PTSD from guide dogs and seeing eye that can't be those types of dogs. But here's my question, and I'll get off not to be taking up too much time. What do you think's going to happen with the bar and the court system just in the future? And
So
thanks again.
look under the bar and look under Rule 4, and it'll answer your question. It's abolished because the court itself is under the crown, and the crown itself is been a part of the 1871 Act. And as of the 1871 Act and the Crown initiative over the country, and the bar being the British Accreditation Registry, they're gone. And so the courts themselves, if they're not operating and designed to operate under constitutional law and common law, then that will be shut down as well. The reason being is that they won't be able to operate within the confines of the court structure going forward. Why did so many things get mentioned about the 300 judges that Trump placed into office? Every single one of those were constitutional judges, every single one of them. And the reason that they were all constitutional judges is that the court system will be able to operate in a limited capacity during the transition time of taking down the old system completely in the public's eye and reestablishing the new system under common law and constitutional law. Most of your attorneys are going to, and judges, if they decide that they want to continue in that profession, as long as they were not corrupt, they will have to be re-educated and retrained in constitutional law and common law to proceed forward. So the implications that we're going to have on family court, marriage, absolutely everything that has to do with court oversight on your public life is going to change and will be in a particular kind of holding pattern. I don't know if it's a day or a week or 5. I don't know. Nobody has told me that specifically. I just know it's coming and has to be addressed because my wedding, even though I was wed and married in a church, in the eyes of God and through my marriage certificate, it was also certified through the court, through the state, through a judge. And so, will that have to be redefined as a sovereign? Yes. And how will that be defined? I don't know that yet. But we're all going to find that out together. That's why I said that your own quantum account is all individually. Everything is individually because we're all individual sovereigns. How we determine how we're going to go forward through that will be each person's choice through their free will. It's going to be a very interesting time going forward, and I think once we remove all of the hindrances and all of the corruption and all the crap out of the way, I think it's going to be really beautiful. And I'm really looking forward to it. And that was a very thoughtful question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Bass DR2 and then Arrow CSC.
Captain Kyle, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to say thank you. I listened to every one of your calls and you're so appreciated. And Kelly, you are too, for all of your help. My question on the 401ks, things have been mirrored and they know what it is. Do you know how far back they went and took those snapshots? Because people lost different things in different years here. Do you know how far back they may go on those 401ks?
So I've heard as much as the 50s.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know that
Thank
to be. I don't know that to be 100%. I've just heard that it's gone as back as far as potentially the 50s, but I don't
That's
know
huge.
if they decide that, because people have had family members that have died, and those family members are owed, and those are going to be a part of this through the Treasury Department, through Treasury Now, Direct Now, or whatever. I don't. And there's a form that you'll fill out. It's like a 1521 form or 1522 form, and even though you don't know it now, even just because I told you, it doesn't matter. They will provide that information to you. Like when you go in and you're talking to people, it's not going to be like you're trying to dig information out of them. It's like they're going to tell you about, like, okay, this is what we have for you because of your what we've taken because of the IRS and this and that and the other, and as far as your relatives, or did you have a spouse? So your spouse, yes, I did. It's okay. Well, this is what we're going to do for that. You fill this form out right here. This is the form. Once they're going to walk you through it all. There's no part of trying to weasel out of the payment and like, we might, if we just tell them just enough that they don't ask the right question. No, it's not going to be like that at all. So you don't have to know any of this stuff. They're going to help you with it, and they're going to be able to work all that information out. The questions you don't know what to ask, they're going to present them to you, whether you ask them or not.
You're so appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Arrow CSD.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Captain Kyle, for all your information and spending all this time tonight on the chat. I just had a couple questions. One of them has to deal with trust funds, like living wills or irrevocable trust funds, because I'm disabled and my parents set up an irrevocable trust fund for me that my brother is in charge of taking care of the finances for me when they pass on. Actually, my mom did already, but my dad is like almost 92. So will that be okay when the transfer is over? And I have a couple more questions after that.
Yes, but it will be structured in a lawful manner after the changeover. Right now, it's under a legal structure, and the difference between legal and lawful is, I don't even want to go there. So the structure of it will need to be changed, and it will be changed into the accordance of the laws. All right, and not to take away or to diminish in any shape, form, or fashion. But if there were potentialities in the way that it was legally established, that it could have some types of corruptible assets or entities within it, that will be removed.
Okay.
So it is
Yes, I don't.
completely 100% safe. There's no way that it could be written right now into a quantum structure, because you would have to understand and know the quantum grammar and structure for that to be initialized prior to it happening. And you don't. Nobody has that right now. I mean, there are a few people, but that's not publicly. So the like living wills and like I've got things. I've got like annuities and things of that nature. Well, those are just going to transfer over into the new system, and the beneficiary, all that's going to it's just going to be changed. It's just going to change into the new system and be reformatted into a lawful arrangement versus a legal arrangement. And if there's things that need to be worked out, it will be worked out in a lawful manner versus a legal, which may not be to your benefit. Understand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Now, at the moment, my brother is the only one that has access to my irrevocable trust fund. When things change over, will that still be the case, or will I be able to have access to it since um, the funds that are like owed us, because of the social security number, birth certificate stuff, etc.
That one, okay, like,
Well,
so let me stop you right there. Okay. All right. So that trust that's set up right now won't have anything to do with all of the other stuff during the changeover. You have a QFS account yourself that when you're paid in your Social Security and you're paid in the interest and tax things that have been taken from you unlawfully through your lifetime, will all be paid to you, not to this trust, not to some other individual that has control over your trust. They won't even have accessibility to it ever. So you may not even, probably, there is a very high probability that you won't even need any of that other, even with it still available to you. Okay.
okay. Just checking, just because I just I've only been
No,
living
I'm
on
wanting
SS.
to,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I wanted to encourage you that limitation that has been placed upon you will be removed with what is entitled back to you through what has been stolen from you through your lifetime. So the other thing, that's just going to be a cherry on top of you. So what you've had over there with whatever, that's going to be still yours, but it ain't going to really matter when you get paid all the money that's been stolen from you. Your life has been stolen from you.
Okay. Thanks. Just it was just a concern, just because I've only been living on SSI and food stamps since 1994. So and like I only got $600 to my name in the bank at the moment. But anyway, my next question is um darn, I can't remember my question. I'm sorry, but I think you pretty much answered my concern. Oh, I know what it was. Um, do you know when uh, the med beds will become available to the lay public? Only because I'm asking in regards to, I need to have something done uh,
Oh,
from surgeries that I have metal in me that I'm reacting to and causing infections. And I'm just worried about having them go back in to remove the metal, because when they've been doing all this from illegal uh, manufacturers making devices that were fraudulent, and the FDA approved them knowing all that, and I got poisoned by Teflon and silicone and etc. And I've been having problems ever since when they try to go in and fix it. I'm just don't want to have to go through another surgery for that. And I was just curious if I can wait. That's all. Thanks.
I am in a position of needing things to be fixed in my life and choosing to do the weight game on purpose. And it's something very significant, but I'm not going to go into it. But it's very significant that I'm choosing to wait over, which causes a lot of difficulties for me within my life. And I'm just going to leave it at that. But the answer to the the potential of med beds out to the public, people that are going to need med beds in a cancer they've been treating, they got something, people that are already in the systems of medical world that are in difficult times will be the top of the list as far as those being available to. I have about 100% sure that they won't come into existence for the public until after the new year. I believe that when they become known to the public will be sometime maybe January or February.
Okay, that was good because a lot of people were asking that in the comments. I just wanted to share a cool DM I received. It was, I just wanted to share that I got a speeding ticket and went to pay it online and it was zero due. That was from Arizona. So we're starting to hear a lot of these anomalies happen.
You know, I'm going to give a little story too. I've got a certain situation financially that I've been dealing with my attorneys and other stuff and with the court. And I have two accounts that have been being paid into with my attorneys and with the court and all that kind of stuff. And since May, they have not made a single payment out of my account that I have placed into it for these established payments. And one payment would basically eliminate two forms of debt that I have, which is my wife's Lexus and my truck. One single payment. And it's like this payment has not been made on purpose for 4 months. That make absolutely no sense whatsoever. None. And I 100% believe that it's being left in a standing state on purpose to not clear the account for it to be rectified, because there was a lot of illegal actions that were being done around all this, and this is a legal thing that I was in with suing and just whatever. It's doesn't matter. But it's like they've chosen on purpose not to close any of these accounts that it's got over, I think, $12,000 in my joint account for funding to be being taken care of, and it's just fucking sitting there. Excuse my French, I didn't mean to say, but it's just it don't make any sense whatsoever. And so I honestly believe it's being done because what happened is all these accounts got dropped down to a single payment where they're at, but none of them have been closed on purpose, I believe. All right, next question.
Okay, let's see. I want to see if anyone else in the I can
Yeah, let's
see.
go just a couple minutes longer. So
Yeah,
almost.
it is. We've been on a while. Let's see if I get back over because I can't seem to unmute anyone else here. I've got Diana, but can you unmute her by any chance, Captain? You see her hand raised, Diana? I
No,
can't.
it won't let me. No, it
Yeah.
won't let me.
Okay. All right. Let me get back
Yeah,
to
there's
the
over 2,000 people in here, so it won't, it's really acting up.
question stream again. Just give me
So
a
let's do two
second.
more questions and then we're going to call it a night. I really wanted to do this because it kind of hurt my heart last night to have, you know, individuals, like the man said earlier, that, you know, we need to be more compassionate and understanding and forgiving to people. And a troll's a troll, but a person, we need to be, we just need to love each other more, and we need to not be smartasses to each other, and we need to be a lot more loving and caring and forgiving. um, Imagine if I was to take that route and to have these questions that are asked to me over and over again, and I acted like you ought to know. It's, we need to all love each other, and we all need to act like they don't know anything, and how can I help you? That's our role, help each other. Because when your family is going to need you. The people that are around you are going to need you, and they may have shit on you. Don't say a word. Just love them and help them.
Yeah, I'd
You
like to.
giving their forgiveness is not for them, it's for you. I don't know how many times I can tell you that. It is not for them, it's for you. Love them, forget them, and let it go, and help them understand what's going on. And when somebody's in the chat and somebody asks questions, be the first one to say, "Hey, can I help you? What do you need?" If I don't know, maybe we'll get one of the admins. "Hey, Kelly. Hey, Kyle. Can you help us?" We need to have that kind of mindset to help each other. That is what is that is what God wants from you, and that's what I want from you.
Yes, and I've also noticed that as well, and I've been trying my best to convey that message. You can expect people to be coming in that are new, and they will give comments like they don't believe it or whatever. And that's fine, but you can also try to help them understand, ask them, what they've researched, what you can help them find out, what questions they might have, and how you can help them along. Because, I get it. It's hard when you know, and then people that come in and don't know, but we were there once too, and people helped us, and that's how we got where we are, and we have to do the same for our brothers and sisters. We have to be kind and generous and helpful, and even if they come in with a sarcastic response, we can soften that. We can break through. That was all in the making of being in the matrix and being treated a certain way by the deep state. That's what made that attitude. We can break through that, and we can soften it, and we can show them light and love.
Absolutely.
And
All right, let's
also,
do
I want, if you
Yeah,
don't mind, Kyle, I wanted to mention about if you get DMs from people that are saying they're Kyle, and asking you, how are you doing through the crash and all this stuff. That is not him. They are fake accounts, and they're trying to scam you.
and they will.
I'll just say too, it's not just people impersonating Kyle. Usually they open up with, hello, God-fearing patriot, or, have you contacted the QFS help support chat yet? And these people aren't here to help.
No, anybody that contacts you out of the blue is there to take from you without you knowing it.
And they tend
That's
to
why,
go
yeah,
into,
yeah. Go ahead, Gus.
yeah, they tend to jump in. So when people go onto the comment section, the question section for the group, they tend to go on there and then they go through all of the accounts and they just start clicking on accounts and inboxing people, and they try and befriend you, and yeah, just be very, very careful.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
anybody that wants to befriend you, they will do it in a private manner so that you're not openly doing it in the view of the entire chat. Because if somebody was in a chat, open chat, and you are talking back and forth, because you can, and you can talk for days and know how somebody is, blah, blah, blah. And when they start getting you into a private chat and out of the public domain, that's when they're starting to manipulate you. So always try to know that if you stay in the public realm, out on the public chat, if somebody does or says something to you that is fishy or not right, where other people can see it and spot it and call it out, that's what they do not want to do. So always remember that when someone's trying to get you into a private setting, they're trying to manipulate or scam you more so than not. Not always, because if you've met some wonderful friend, patriot, whatever, and y'all have become friends over time, that's a different thing. But just in the open chat, a day or two, and then they're wanting to get you into a private message and get you on talking about your finances and how can I help you. That's a huge red flag right there, and they're going to end up scamming you, and you're going to get screwed. I'm just telling you that right now.
Okay, I have a good last question here, Kyle.
All right.
Are the reptilians and cloning a real thing?
Yes. The cloning they have been doing since the 40s. And there is different kinds of clones and the way that they are grown and the way that they are controlled. I watched the other night a Jimmy Kimmel thing, and it was I think I posted it, and he was talking about that Q had made a list of the people that was um, executed or had been arrested and detained, and that they're waiting trial. And he was making fun that he was one, and he was like, "Oh well, this lady, she's got the answer," and she said that the people they either had a double or no, didn't say double or clone or something and whatever. And he was like, "Man, I didn't know I had a clone. If I had a clone, I'd have him in Vegas right now," and just being a smartass, right? Making jokes and so on and so forth. And it's like, it's amazing that clone, I guess they started from when I was at birth, because it's the same exact age that I am right now and looks exactly like me. Well, in reality, they can do that in 6 months for that clone to actually grow itself into your actual existence of your DNA and where you and how you look right this minute. 6 months. So there have been shows out there, Netflix and others, that have talked about that people can buy what are called human sleeves, and you can transfer your consciousness into these human sleeves. Sounds pretty much like a loan to me, because it is. And they're telling you this 100% because that's what rich people can do. If you got enough money, you can do it. So there has been, the deep state has been doing this for a long time. And the white hats have two now. Some for the protection of individuals to have a clone that is out in public situation. And if something were to happen to it, the actual individual would still be protected because it's not out in the public realm. So they've also used them to replace people that decided that they weren't going to play ball or that they were not going to take their deal, and they dealt with them. They're also CGI and other technologies that's out there, deep fakes, that are easily available to be able to make anybody believe anything that they really want you to believe, period. And the human mask that they have today, the CIA got with Hollywood years and years back, and they took technology from Hollywood and developed it into their unlimited budgets all the way back into the 70s, and where the lady that was ahead of the CIA's masking and disguise department actually briefed the president in a disguise and did not know it. You could be sitting right in front of somebody and you would not know that that is not who that individual is if they don't want you to. That is how good that technology is. It used to be very, very expensive, and it's not that much anymore. There was a famous bank robber that he was robbing banks, and he was using this old man real mask, and that's what they call him, is real mask, and it looked like an old man, and he was robbing banks as this old man, and he had become like this kind of like hero to people because it was this old man getting over on the man kind of deal, right? Well, they never caught the guy either. But the reason that they never caught him is because the very last bank he had robbed stopped after this. He had gotten away, and as he was getting away, started to be caught and chased by the police. And this individual took off running, not as an old man, but as a young little whippersnapper that they could not keep up with and catch. And at that point, they pretty much determined that that individual was not who that individual was, but they did not have any idea who he really was ever, and never robbed another bank again using that disguise. Not to say this individual didn't use a different one and rob a different bank somewhere else. Don't know. But they started to change technologies within banks and some of the different systems that they started using heat sensors and stuff like that on the cameras to be able to tell whether or not you have a heat signature that's not being covered up by a prosthetic mask, because you can tell. And so it started to change the technology to be able to deter it, even though they couldn't tell that who the individual was and that he did actually look exactly like that individual, and you didn't know it. But the technology's there now to, and was then too, but they just didn't really need to implement it to be able to discern that not really what you think you're looking at. And I've told you a bazillion times, and I'm going to tell you one more time, bazillion and one, nothing is as it appears. Nothing. And so with that, I love every one of you guys. I have had an absolutely wonderful time speaking and talking to each one of y'all. Some incredibly awesome questions. I hope it's helped each one of y'all. And I hope I've encouraged you to be able to know that a lot of things are about to hit the freaking fan. And when they do, start dancing, shouting, praising the Lord, because you're standing there at the Red Sea and waiting for Him to open it, because it's about to happen. So pull up that lawn chair, whip out your glass of tea, and say, Lord, what are you going to do next? And with that mindset, you're going to do absolutely awesome. I love every one of y'all. I expect God to bless each and every one of you. God asks that you place a hedge of protection and a mind of discernment on each one that is at the sound of my voice right now. Lord, I ask that your angels encamp about each and every one of them, around their families, around all of their property, and that anything that the devil has meant to steal, you will cut them off from it right now. And Lord, I just thank you and I praise you. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thank you, Kyle. Good night, everyone.
God bless you, Kyle. Good night, everyone.